We're great. We're great. We're great. We're great. We're back, guys. We're back. We're back. Guess who's back? Back
Back
again.
again.
Shady's back.
Yeah.
Tell a friend. Guess who's
Shady's
back?
back.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? That music, that kind of music, the fun in that music just left. People don't do fun music like that anymore.
Nah, we do addict music. We do junkie music now, hip hop. So
And
And
I'll talk about Afrobeat. We'll go into how like Afrobeat has cannibalized like
I was,
music in Nigeria and made it put it in one box.
yeah.
Nobody makes exciting music anymore. Do you get what I mean, guys?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Nobody makes diverse.
Guess what I was
music
listening
anymore.
to yesterday?
Who?
I was listening to Rooftop MC's whole discography. By the way, Rooftop MCs, they have a top tier discography.
There's
Osagie,
something I did.
Shock Therapy upgraded, the first second impression, Minority Reports, and Back at One. That
Yeah.
is a top tier discography, bro. From the first album all the way to Back at One. Back at One is one of the most slept on albums.
That was the last one they did before,
They
Snatcher moved around. Yeah.
yeah. Back at One,
That's when the Afrobeat thing started happening now. So people are now taking their eyes off,
bro. Should I tell you which songs are on Back at One? Should I
Is it
play
the
some
one-
records of
The one
Back
with
at One?
suspects. The one with suspects. Now.
Of course.
They had two with suspects, Sha. They even had two.
Of course. Back at One. Ah, no, come on, man. It's a problem, oh. It's a problem. It's a huge problem. I'm telling you. For me.
So talking about music, when you're talking about the sound,
Yeah.
and I wanted to tweet it. I've not tweeted it. I'm like, I hope Drake is smart enough to understand that what is happening right now is not an indictment on his abilities. It's just that things change. Like when Kanye came and changed the sound
game
of rap
from
and
gangster
took
rap.
over from 50 Cent. It's not as if 50 Cent all of a sudden became a bad rapper.
Whack. Yeah.
Sound just changed.
It's a
Bro,
combination
if
of
you-
two things. It's a combination
Yeah.
of two things. It's
Okay.
also the machine saying, this is
We're
where we're
tired of
going
you.
now.
But
This
the
is the
machine
direction
is
in which we're
following.
going.
The machine is following
No,
some
the
sort
machine
of
is
some
no,
sort of.
no. The
Steve.
machine is dictating it.
Steve, there was a reason
The
why
No.
audience
Dre-
is not smart enough to except
To
when there's a
detect tastes.
except when there's a very
radical
radical shift, which doesn't happen all the time.
It doesn't happen all the
Steve,
time.
Did you
Yeah?
watch the Grammys? Did you watch the Grammys?
Yeah,
Why
that's
was
true.
Dr.
That
Dre?
was
Why was Dr. Dre
and
shaking
Lucian Green.
Graves?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
They
true,
were
it's true, it's
high-fiving.
true.
In each other.
That's true.
Also,
Five
I
years
listened to-
ago, this Drake Party Next Door album will be killing it.
Yeah. But I listened to it and I'm like, this is the same old thing. I've heard this before. There's nothing new.
Yeah, I think people
Yeah.
are just tired of
It's
the
just
sound.
tired, yeah.
And they just want to move to a new sound. You're right,
Yeah.
man.
And again, the culture
Yeah.
wants a new champion. And Mr. Man, you've done a decade. Don't you be going?
It doesn't understand. I hope he understands this, and maybe also like follow. I don't know, Sha. Like this, if you understand, I think understanding the problem will help you to also know the strategy to take.
Bro.
But if he
48
thinks
laws
maybe
of-
it's an indictment of him, and like for example, this tape, it's not as if the tape is bad. The tape is a good tape, but this is the tape. This is Drake we've been hearing since for a long time. It's just,
Yeah.
bro. It's just regular. Like nothing is jarring. Nothing is exciting. It's
And
not.
the media
it's just
landscape
there.
is not on his side anymore.
It's not
Yeah,
on his
media
side
landscape is not on his side
anymore.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the first time that I'm experiencing, and I told people about this. I remember when Drake was popping in like that 011, 012, where people were like FJZ, Drake, and I
Yeah.
remember I used to tell Shukbo that there's going to be one day. Remember when
Yes,
Shukbo, the young intern,
Yeah, when
was like,
Shukbo
Drake,
came.
who's
Yeah,
Jay-Z?
that's
No,
true,
no, there's
that's
this
true,
Drake,
that's
it's Drake.
true.
That's 016 era, and I was like,
Oh,
there's
16,
going to be a
17.
day.
You used
That
to
Drake
tell
will
him
be
every
issues.
day.
That
Drake
Drake
is
will be
going
least.
to sound old school.
I used to see Shukbo on
And I will
Twitter.
be
Where is
there.
he now?
And
Yeah,
I'll be
that's
there.
stuff.
sure.
I'll be there. Bro, Rooftop MCs did this record.
Yeah. Father Lord, thank you once again. No, you say I'm too fine.
That elite music group. You can.
It's my fire for my life. I get so many things to praise, Papa God for it. For my life, I get so many things to thank, Papa God for it. For my life, 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 for my life.
there's this song on Baka One. Baka One is one of those albums people didn't really listen to. You know, when you're at the tail end of your career, you just drop an album, no promo. People just don't listen to it, or you drop it in a space where other albums kind of just swallow it, right? So this album dropped
Yeah.
in 2010, the greatest year of hip hop in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You had MI2. Like,
Mhm.
do you understand? MI2 just took over everywhere. The only thing that could outdo MI2 was the Oleku record. Any other
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
MI2 was swallowing it.
When
But
did
there's
Neto drop his second album? Not 2010. So.
he had to move it to 2011.
Oh
You
yeah,
you
yeah. I
saw the
remember.
madness that was going on in 2010.
I
He
remember
was
that
like,
event. I remember that event.
I'm moving this
Yeah.
thing. I'm moving this
2011.
thing. There's this
Yeah.
record Rooftop MCs featured Mucheda on. For me, this is like, in terms of like excellence of music, right? Just music performance. Mucheda was at the very top. And I got to ask you guys a question after I play this record and I play her verse. I'm going to ask you guys a question about Mucheda and I'll compare her to somebody and I want to know what the answer is. But let's start the record first. We don't hear records like this again.
They call me I am. They call me on the phone and then I pick it like a fail. And the next thing I hear is rooftop, getting it over here with there, looking like we won the lotto. All dressed up in the flyers logo. Paparazzi's getting plates for tomorrow. All up in my face, like pose for your photo. Everywhere that I go, that's so photo. Whether I'm at the mall or in summer moto. Take it easy, please. Don't try to rush us. Will I just say cheese and I never lose focus?
Hitters come my way, tell them tuck to the head like please. Dress code is Fendi. Game paid on plenty. So got a mic in my hand, got my fitted on. Yeah, we gonna make hits for the fun of it. Slick, always after me to get a glimpse. Please spare me, I ain't Britney. Like whipped cream, try to stay creamy, but like concrete, my flow stay grimy. See me in the magazines, but in my style, the critics all bow, they call me Miss Versatile. Number one pop song, number one rap song, franchise celebrity, certified by
Come on, man. We don't hear music like this anymore. See, back in 2010, let me tell you, from 08, from 06, let me put it like this, from 06 to like 2011, we had some of the most experimental music ever. People were doing like different genres, reggae, rap, rock, pop, techno, every kind of stuff, right? Once there was a success with Afro beats and people kind of locked in on one kind of formula, they all just hurried through there. And I'm not going to blame any artist. In fact, I'm not going to blame anybody. But do you know the nucleus of the problem? The nucleus of the problem is the producers. It's the producers. So because I'll explain you. Look at DJ Clem did this record. DJ Clem worked at Nine House.
It's such a
Nine
Clem
House
record.
was Temi Gomez, Othello, right? Super A&R, right? Lanre, Super A&R, like singer, rock bar, CEO, hip hop head. Do you get? And they have DJ Clem, and then they have Miss EA, who was writing Mucheda songs. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Experimental music. So if Rooftop MCs goes to Night House and says, "Hey, Mucheda is hot. We need a record." DJ Clem pulls this record out. But now what is happening is you have a bunch of talented producers who are compelled to stick to a certain type of formula because they think that's the only thing that can lead to Afrobeats to the world.
Yeah.
And then you have just a few of them who kind of have their own... Well, they do it well, but they have their own signature and they still play in the same space. Jules, what's the name of the other guy that produces for J Hush? That did the record. J5. Do you understand? Like, you have your own thing, then you have the regular guys like the Nif Keys and all these other guys. Everybody, even the hip hop guys, that would have done this record, right? Like 10 years ago, Black Bones would do this record, but now he won't do this record. He's going to do an Afrobeat centric record.
He's going to do a very melodic Afrobeat centric record so that he can cross over.
Exactly. So he's going to do a nice Spice record. You know, even Black Bones even tries because he still dabbles into.
Yeah, I've heard it up.
Yeah, some spaces where the other guys won't even play into, and that's where we are now. Afrobeats kind of cannibalized all the other genres that people would naturally make in Nigeria, and it's existing as the only one. But it's not boring.
It's very boring, actually.
So what's your guys' take on it?
I agree with you. I think since we discovered that Afrobeats to the world, that 011, 012 movement, everybody just said, you know what, let's head there. And rappers did the same thing too. Even R&B artists were started to become very pop. Inyanya is the greatest example of the switch. Inyanya was doing great R&B music and he like, fuck you, man. I got to take it to the club. And, he had success with it, but he couldn't sustain it for the long run. Chidinma is another perfect example. He was doing brilliant folk music. KDK. Then all of a sudden, Emini Bola.
What killed Chidinma? What killed that's the record you call it. Emini Bola is her.
She couldn't maintain that sound.
No, the problem is that she maintained it. That's the problem.
Yeah, she maintained it, but not with great success.
All right, let me. You want to do it? Okay, do it, then I'll break down Chidinma.
Iyanya's own is confused. It's just intriguing. Iyanya's case is just intriguing to me because I can't point at what happened to say this is what happened to this guy, why he fell off so badly. Like Iyanya's fall off was so bad, like was so hard, which I still don't understand to this very day. So do you get? And I don't think making pop music. I don't think making pop music was the problem because at the end of the day, the video Whiskey, they're also like they're all pop artists. I don't know. I think maybe not having a distinct sound or style was what stopped him. Like I don't know. I'm confused. You go. Just go ahead.
All right. Let me start with what happened to Chidinma. This record happened to Chidinma. It was her success, and it's became
a curse.
Yeah, it was a blessing and curse. That's what I'm trying to say.
Legendary beats.
With this record, when this record dropped, it was an instant banger.
Bro, I was like shocked. I was like Chidinma on this.
You understand? Instant banger. The song was so hot, Whiskey jumped on the remix. And this is not upcoming Whiskey. This is hot. This is hot Whiskey. This is when Whiskey was also in his feature mode, in his feature bag. You give everybody a feature. Like
you
you give everybody a feature and he'll kill the feature. He gave Casey a feature. He gave everybody a feature. Wiz was hot. So with the success of this record, right? What would Chidinma do? What would the label do? Label will say,
double down on it.
What did you do on the record? Did you sing? You didn't really sing, right? You did this baritone voice thingy because Suspect wrote the record. And then you redid what Suspect did, right?
Suspect did, yeah.
Yeah. Now, reminds me of our star male writers. You see where I'm going, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the next thing you do when you have another feature to do? You do the same thing you did, right? Yeah. And then she did this with Bliss again on the Oga Boss album.
Oh, I like it.
I'll get it. Bliss. Come on. If you be boss, you be boss. Every time we enter the place that it pass. Every time we pop champagne that it costs. Illness and chillin' my bad man floss. Whoa, if you be boss, you be boss. Every time we enter the place that it pass. Every time we pop champagne that it costs. Illness and chillin' my bad man floss. Whoa, could it be ill bliss on the posh Kiana Mariana? Should it cost fight? I let the car just jack for the fuck of it. If you get ass, say shake all of it. Take over on the statements. We didn't leave money for the pavements. Touch lives with the arms and the music. We stay sharp from the start to the finish.
I am sorry for the way that we've been spending this money. I am sorry if you think so we will raise this money.
So you see where I'm going, right? This is basically Suspect writing this record, and then she's singing it. And because of how Suspect sings, baritone voice, she sings the same way. I am sorry for the way. Do you understand? This is someone who sang KDK. You need to understand. This one that sang Jankoliko, pop R&B girl that is singing this way. Then she's ready. Okay, she does these two features. They blow up. It's nice. Everything is good. The Whiskey record is great. The remix of Emin is great. Then she has to put out her own single. Then listen to how she does her own single. This is where the downfall started from. Yeah. This is now the single for the next album.
I got money locked up for days ready. Take the presidential seat, no campaigning. Even my girl, they flex like this zany. Girl, I try to beef me, boy, you can't pay me.
My money in my money in it all day. I dey give God the glory, but still they worry. I know got time for story. They be getting money all day. We be getting money all day. We be getting money all day. We be getting money all day. Money in it all day. My money in it all day. I dey give God the glory.
Do you see where I'm going, guys? What the hell was that? My money, pop girl, pop girl. Do you understand? Do you see where I'm going?
Yeah, the imagery everywhere, the artistry.
That's what they shot a video for this thing. Capital. They put everything behind it.
Bro,
It didn't go anywhere.
Flat,
You went flat because this is not what they want from you. You're a pop girl. You might be a pop princess. And that's why I like the new set of the pop girls, right? I like the direction in which both of them have gone. Thames has gone for a more older, more mature demographic, right? She's in that full R&B bag, kind of Tony Braxton kind of thing, right? While Ira has gone more poppy.
In the teen market,
You understand? Which I feel they are not executing properly, but that's the idea. Yeah. So, Afrobeats basically just destroyed. You just took everybody and you come as a Cynthia Morgan and you do part one, you do it really great, but they put you in a box. So they will never, when the lineup of the shows come, they will never pick two Cynthia Morgans. If there are two girls doing part one, they will just pick one. The Afrobeats will get the roster, then they will just pick. Guys. Yeah, they will now pick one. Oh, one rapper. Let's pick one rapper. Let's pick one. It's like you're cooking. I say, let's put ginger, some small ginger. But you're not in the pepper. Sorry, I cooked stew this month, so I'm just in my stew bag.
That's Chef Osagie.
So.
Gas cook now, go chop. So yeah, that's how I feel about the thing. Yeah. So my question about Mo Cheddar now. Mo Cheddar, pick Mo Cheddar now versus Ara Star. Who are you giving it to?
Ira.
Come on, get out of here.
Ira.
I said pick Mo Cheddar.
What's pick Mo Cheddar?
What's pick Mo Cheddar? Let me explain what pick Mo Cheddar is. In a year.
Give me 3 records.
Let me break it down for you like this. In a year, and there's a lot of context, and you need to understand that this was 2010. In a year, the year before, she drops the hottest rap record, which goes mainstream anyways.
She featured on the rap. Night Out.
One Berry. She's on the hook of One Berry. It's the hottest. Is one of the hottest records of the year. It's a top 10 hottest record of the year.
Yes, definitely.
She's on the hook, right?
Instant hit.
Thank you. She wins an MTV Mama Award as Africa as the best female artist.
Yes.
Right? And then she wins what's the other one she won? She won a Mama and she won a
Channel O, I believe.
And a Channel O, best female artist in Africa in the same year.
Yes.
In the same year, Ayo.
Yes.
She drops her debut album, Franchise Celebrity. It's a hit album with a hit single. A hit single that drops. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree.
So far. Let me play the hit single. Let me play the hit single now. Let me play the hit single for you. So you don't feel like I'll just put in the background for you, don't worry. Alright. Then she goes on to drop on 4 different hip-hop records. 4 rappers feature her, and she has a verse, and she takes the hook of the 4 records with Mode 9, with Terry the Rap Man, with Lynx, with Rooftop MCs. She's the hottest female artist of that. It's a short run. It's 2009 to 2011. It's a short run, but even like, bro,
I like how you're answering my question for me.
See what was, and that's what I'm saying. Peak Mo Cheddar versus Arasta of now.
So let's break down.
I'll still pick Peak Mo Cheddar. Peak Mo Cheddar was number 1. Tiwa was like a rookie in front of her face.
Tiwa's upcoming. Yes, we knew that. Tiwa came basically 010.
Yeah. Yes. By the time Tiwa came, bro, best African artist. 2 MTV and Channel will give you the best female African artist. Okay. Come on, man.
Pick her for me, just stability for me.
You didn't argue back. You just said pick her.
Okay. I don't want to do a long thing. I don't want to do a long thing.
Steve.
I don't know. Maybe I think maybe just recency bias to variance, but I'll still go with Arastad.
Wow.
Yeah. The church has spoken.
Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say right now. All right, man.
I'm sorry.
How do we start this show? We always start the show with some music. I thought really long and hard.
It must fit the theme. Please.
It must fit the theme.
I'm only joking.
I thought really long and hard of how to start, which song to start with. And I was in my 2010, 2011 bag of music anyways. So I'm going to start with this record. I don't know if you guys know this record. If you can guess which record this is, that's even a bonus point for any of you guys. If you guys can guess it.
Just play her.
But yeah, let's keep it going.
Smoke. Cash in, baby. Hip hop speaks. Let's go.
Yo, where did they go? Where did they go? Yo, where did they go?
Smoke. Cash in, baby.
Where did they go?
It's fashionable to mess up, blame it on politics. Grown men all dressed like college kids. Funny clothes, funny jeans, funny colored kicks. The whole game's a joke, and you're the butt of it. We blame it on our leaders and elders, they all failed us. Rogues rule rogues, ain't nothing the post can tell us. They say I'm acting rebellious, mode is a leveler. Unconscious, conscious, lyrical peddler. Social, political, economical, radical. Known in circles of intellectuals across the capital. Pay attention and take note, I said it before. Pause, think before you vote. I would not do jingles for jokes. I would not help charlatans diminish the nation's pride and its hope. They just want stuff they coast with new notes. But I just spoke enough for the wise, unquote, unquote.
Where did they go? Where did they go? Let's get out. Where did they go? You know how to deal with us. So shitty, we for gritty is relevant.
Nah.
Where did they go?
Let's take it from here.
Welcome to the dirty city, knowing the nitty gritty is relevant. Place where people are treated with disrespect, it's evident. No love, no pity, no trust, it's so shitty. We've lost our conscience in corruption and it's not pretty. Giddy, it's filled with fast money schemes. Everybody be direct the way they act on set. It seems living in peace, but chaos is a shelter. Militants are warring in the creeks of Niger Delta. Helter skelter, living the pain, going to church, but you would have to catch them on big ass laws. Crime pays, negative waste is still a brother's cash. Cups are too busy making $20 dash. Chicks sell their ass, kids shit in class. Petrol don't disguise, marriage no they last. Value of money is gone, just like in Vietnam. Bomb blast, Boko Haram, God protect us all. Where did they go?
Ayo, that's your homework.
Is that KL? Was that KL on the second verse?
No, I skipped KL's verse. Okay, you are getting warmer. See, Steve, you got to give Ayo some credit. Ayo's a music head.
Of course I did.
KL, produced by, I forgot this guy's name.
He took the last verse.
Yeah, I forgot his name. Mala's producer, one of the best hip-hop producers.
He produced One Berry.
Yeah. I'll try to remember.
EXO.
You're part of the 9 Hours clique. Yeah.
EXO. Enough noise.
Me and KL worked for like 2 years. Promotions. Yeah, promotions. Yeah.
Should I tell you a funny story? I don't want to throw KL under the bus, right? But the first time they ever performed this record, right? And that's why I skipped KL's verse because I wanted to go to EXO's verse because we got to keep the show going. But shout out to KL, Ras Butter Boy. When they performed this song in 2011, that's when this tape dropped, right? Yeah. This tape is called Hip Hop Speaks. That's the name of the tape, right? It's hosted by EXO, Exceptional One. When they were performing this in a Coco Lounge, see, Mode 9, people need to understand who Mode 9 was. Mode 9 is so dominating, and he's like a god when he moves, when he walks. He's tall, he's big, he wears his face cap with it. Yeah, huge frame, big jacket. He performed this verse of this song. See, the energy was too much in the room. That when KL wanted to perform the verse, he choked.
Of course.
It's not like it was off track. It's not like they played the soundtrack. They played the actual song. So his record is going. He just needs to rap on it. Do you understand what I mean? He choked, bro. It was too much. They had to stop the record and start it again. And Mode 9 had to do his verse again and chill a little. Then KL came and killed his verse. But that's how big Mode 9 was in 2011. Like, I don't know how to explain it. The room was filled with so much energy. The guy was like, man, fuck, he choked, basically. And choking happens to everybody. I used to rap too. I've choked before. Everybody has choked. Jay-Z had to have Demon Dash. When Jay-Z started rapping, Demon Dash had to be on stage with him.
Yeah.
Right? For him to give him some level of confidence. Demon Dash was always rapping his lyrics. So it happens to the best of us, man. This is from Hip Hop Speaks 2011. It dropped. It was recorded in 2010. Do you know I'm on this tape? Do you guys want to hear me rap?
Play yourself now, Abby.
No, if you don't want to hear it, I'll skip it. I'll keep it going, man. What's the vote?
Yeah, I vote.
Let's say.
All right. And the backstory to this is, I was rapping at the time, right? And this is when I was transitioning from like rapping to like journalism. So I was blogging and I was in the middle of both, just trying to figure out life, right? And I remember going to the studio with EXO and he gave me a beat and I couldn't rap on the beat. The beat was just too good. Like I tried and I went back to him. I said, bro, man, I'm sorry, I can't. Like I don't want to force it. And I was like, okay, he gets it. He gave me another beat. I couldn't still deliver on it. It was just too much for me,
EXO.
Then he gave me another one. I said, this is the album title of the project, Hip Hop Speak. So let me see what you can do. And I think I took the first verse and you guys can you can rate it on a scale of 1 to 10. But you must have heard this back then now.
Yeah, no, I did.
I've heard it before, so
hip hop filled with the elemental Jews. In the beginning, hip hop spoke from the heart. The mother of all music was abused.
His attitude is game, consciousness, state of mind.
Now I'm here to speak. Best believe things changing. Hip hop speaks.
Hold up a second to listen to what I gotta say. Better yet, you can lay back and let the music play. It's a serious situation that we're facing. So I took it upon myself and started investigating. Hip hop, the mother of all music. Just like a woman beat up, she was abused. The record labels never ever played by the rules. So the MC dropping Jews always battles to lose. Yeah, it's going by, best believe things changing. But instead of hip hop, it's kinda degraded. Flashy clothes and all the tunes, soft like tissue. What happened is spitting ill and topical issues. It's a pity what the hip hop community has become. But 1,000 of them can't stop one of us. Us, that is we. We are the truth. The truth is what I'm spitting right now from the booth. Osagie.
I try now.
Right.
I try now.
Try.
round of applause to myself. Thank you.
You try.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
try.
on a scale. This
That
you,
one with that
I don't
line.
like this. You try.
I'll give you a 7. I'll give you a 7.
A 7 is good. A 7 is good. Now, A be that now, Steve. I'm not going to
that woman beat that line. But look, let's go with 7. Let's go with 7.
7 is not bad. 7 is not bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't repeat that line again. I don't hear that line again.
No verse. Not in this climate.
You don't understand.
Not in this climate. Let's get cancelled.
Bro, let me tell you, in the first iteration of Loose Talk, somebody will cut that verse and make an issue out of it.
Bro,
and it will go.
It's going now.
It's going.
It's gone. It's gone. Cancel culture era. It's gone.
One time.
Someone you guys don't write a story.
Yes, exactly. Now you guys don't have any power anymore. You know, nothing.
It's gone.
Even our film daughter, Adechi, she said cancel culture, you people should stop it.
Calm down. They attacked.
They can't attack the mommy of feminism, man. They are mad.
All right, man. Let's wash all that hip hop down with some really good record from my boy, the one and only.
Cause I know your ex tryna get closer, enemies tryna get closer. That's the reason why my heart got colder. But when I see him in the streets, I'm composed and I tell him, say, waiting there, oh, waiting there, waiting there, oh, waiting there. Pull up with the boys on the shoulders, and you know that we like to party. Waiting there, oh, waiting there, waiting there, oh, waiting there. All my homies gon' ride to the last day, and you know that.
Prince of Alta himself.
Shout out to Odunsi the Engine. That is Waiting Day. Flipping the chorus from Rough, Rugged, and Raw's Hood Classic.
Yeah.
Waiting Day, featuring Paul Play. Welcome to another episode of your favorite podcast, Loose Talk.
40 minutes into the podcast.
Well, how many minutes? 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just doing like, you know.
Yeah, it is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
Yeah, welcome. It is what it is. Is that we'll just gone straight into Nigeria's problem? I don't know.
No, let's sort that.
Is that we just go straight? IBB dropped the book, blah, 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 and we just start going
like that. You understand?
I beg. We understand. At times, say before you then bring the main dish, then go bring starters now.
Yeah, appetizer.
Go bring appetizer now.
For restaurants, I be for house because for house now straight.
Come on, that's not straight too.
You come on straight now.
Who want to do appetizer?
Appetizer waiting.
Now straight. The bag will just land. Bam. You understand? Now when you go restaurant, say, oh, please, do you want what do you want for starters? We can, can get you some. What do you always have for starters, if? You know what one of my boss used to do?
What?
When we're in Lagos, right? When we used to work in Lagos, Lagos restaurants were notoriously known to deliver the main meal very late. No matter how
Yes.
early you go, like you go there, you get there at 4, you order by 4:05, right? They'll bring the meal like maybe 4:38 or 4 close to 5, right? So you know what we used to do? We used to just order a lot of starters. I'm telling you.
Meho bele.
Yeah, that's he was one that told me he we just order a lot of starters and we eat the starters and we drink and we get out of there, you know. And then we can go home and go and eat your main meal or whatever. But there are some
Yeah.
starters that are really good, and there's you see, bro, there's some food that you're like, this is too good. I need to order some more.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just
Enjoy
remember
life.
when Ayo and I again. We said this on the pod already, right? But we went to
Oh.
pizzeria, and pizzeria has some really good chicken wings.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Some really good chicken wings. Some really, really good chicken wings. Like I'll drive all the way from Ogudu to that place at night just to order some chicken wings for my wife and myself. That day we were in the car. We ordered some chicken wings that I was taking home. I think we already ate. We ate
We
something.
ate
Maybe we
there.
ate pizza. We had a drink,
Yeah.
and we're like, let's go home or something, right? We put the chicken wings at the back of the floor of the back seats.
But the aroma.
And the aroma was so good, so we started taking the chicken wings. We thought the nylon. We not started eating the chicken wings. See, we got to Osborne. I think we had eaten half of it. We had to turn all the way back to go and
say,
buy
let's
snacks
order
because
that one.
because we were going to finish that one. Oh my god! See, man, that's one thing I miss about living in Lagos, right? The
Yeah,
night
it's
driving. I used to do some really cool night driving. I can just be like at home. The kids are at the grandma's, right? My wife and I. This is like maybe 15 minutes to 10. We're just like, man, we want to eat guinea fowl suya. I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm in Glover Court in 20 minutes.
yeah.
Less than 20 minutes because I used to drive very fast at night. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
I'm at Glover Court. I bought the suya. I'm back at home like 10:30 or 10:30 or 10:40. And then we're having, chicken suya or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be really good. Or I can just go to University of Suya at Allen Roundabout,
Allen, yeah.
or go to Goat Hunters,
Mm.
Just
man.
go, yeah.
Yeah, I miss the night driving too, Sha. I used to do it a lot until Tinubu came.
I used to do the night driving.
And fuel became.
Oh, the problem, right? I used to do the night driving a lot because I used to go and stay at my friend's place at Lekki on Friday evenings, and I can be there from say
I remember
7 to like 2
I
a.m.
remember following you to that Friday evening waka one time. I'm like, how more you did waste time for here? We left there like 3 a.m. or something.
Yeah, like 2 a.m. Yeah, I think I dropped you off or something.
I drove that day too, but I slept off. I first slept when we got there. You guys were just I fell to no sleep.
Slept,
I woke up and joined the gist again. I was there gisting. I was there too. I was there that day.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Where was that?
In Lekki. Yeah,
Okay,
in Lekki. Yeah.
So we used to, I love night driving because there's no traffic.
Yeah.
This
There's
is
no
best
traffic.
actually.
It's the best. Bro, you know when I started doing night driving? When I used to get into accidents in traffic because I was always dozing off.
You're dozing off, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to hit car. See, it was so bad. You know what I used to now do? I needed the adrenaline to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's traffic on Third Mainland Bridge, right? You press the brake, you hold the brake. At this point, it's torture because your body needs to shut down, sleep.
Yes.
But you can't sleep, right? Because you're on drive. So you hold the brake, but at times you doze off, so your leg comes off the brake. But it's so slow, you're moving at maybe 7 kilometers per hour or something. You then go and bump the next car. So you bump the next car, the car jerks, your adrenaline kicks in, and then that adrenaline that kicks in takes you for the end of the ride. So I used to wait. I used to look forward to bumping another person's car because I needed the adrenaline.
The jerk, yeah.
Yes, then the person will come out to look at the car. Hopefully, because the way my car was designed, it usually wouldn't scratch.
Yeah.
Because the impact wasn't always, hard enough. So they were like,
when you're driving slow, it wasn't like
they were just like, what's wrong?
Traffic.
I'm like, I'm sorry, but the adrenaline has now kicked in. So I used to look forward to hitting people's cars because I needed the adrenaline to kick in. Is that not just crazy?
That thing happened to me just once, and that was at like if you're at the express and you're turning towards Maryland.
Yeah.
You get so that turn.
Yeah.
Bro, I left house. Then post office was that's when post moved to Ikeja GRA.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to the office to like walk. Maybe not like maybe I was going to the office around 4 p.m. to just like walk to like 10, 11, 12. I used to like it a lot. Then around 12 I start coming home. Bro, immediately I left the house. Just getting to Oshodi. God, this like sleep.
Sleep just enter.
Oh,
just enter your body.
Fuck.
From nowhere.
I was nowhere. I was struggling.
You play loud music.
You do everything.
You roll up.
Nothing. You have nothing. Bro, just at that turn, I just bashed this woman's car. I just bumped the woman. She came back. She came out. Oh man, she wasn't happy at all. Like I was like, you know what? Yes, I slept off.
Yeah.
What will happen? Just give me
your details.
Just give me your details. I'll send you money. Just let me know how much it will take or whatever it is. I'll send you money. I promise you. She was like, no, you can't leave here. I said, madam, I'm going for a meeting. I'm in a hurry. Blah blah blah. Don't worry. Take my number. This is my number. Call me. Do you get?
Yeah.
She texted me the account number. The account number wasn't correct. Do you get? Like, I think about 2 days later, I realized, and I texted her and said, oh, this account number is not correct. She now sent me the account number immediately. Then about 5 minutes later, she now said, please, you're a honest person. Don't send this money. Don't send money again. I've done it, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
That's what happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Bro, I could remember that. I could remember after that bump, after that incident, I would have driven to Asaba. And I would not have like
adrenaline
fully kicked in. I'm like,
your eye don't,
bro, I don't understand it.
I'm telling you. I said when I realized that was what was happening, I used to look forward to hitting people's cars.
So I would dangerous.
Then, I would intentionally then slip off and leave my leg on the pedal, knowing fully well that. So at times I won't raise my leg. What wakes me up is the horn from the person behind me when the traffic starts moving.
When the traffic starts.
And so when I won't raise my leg and I wake up, I didn't raise my leg, I'll be annoyed. Because that was the first incident. That usually used to happen. You know, the one where there was a situation or an incident in Surulere, right? On the bridge.
On the bridge that
I slept off.
You're almost off the bridge.
No, that's even another one. The one when I was still living in Surulere, when I got my
Surulere.
car, I slept off on the bridge at around 15 minutes past 12. I slept off on the bridge. My leg, in the middle of the bridge, my leg was on the brake and I slept off. And then I woke up. Nobody woke me up. I woke up, saw my leg was on the brake, and I was like, this is not healthy.
Yeah.
This is when I now started staying back at the office.
At the office to crash.
Sleep, wake up, then move around 10.
Yeah.
This is just reducing your lifespan.
But that's what being at the office and going home was at time the best thing that was happening to us because, bro, that traffic. Jude Boss used to be the one driving. I'll just look at anytime we get home. I'll just be looking at him. He's like usually just so tired, bro.
And you got to do it the next day again. You're back at the office.
Back at the office and stuff like that.
That
wasn't easy. Oh man.
That's one thing COVID did. Remote work.
Remote work, yeah.
All of a sudden, everybody just realized, oh, you guys are creators. You really don't need to be at the office.
Yep.
Do you understand?
Yep.
Like people just realize that, oh, okay, these guys are journalists. Why do they need to come in every day and clock in like factory workers? Do you understand? Like why?
Yeah.
What the company should have focused on, and this is no blame to them because this was a global norm.
It was the global norm, yeah.
So it's not an indictment on any single company, right? But you look at it and you should have realized that, hindsight is 2020, right? But you should have realized that you probably have these guys more productive if they didn't spend 6 hours
in traffic, dealing with
traffic. Yeah, because the long-term impact of that is their health and is their overall performance.
Yeah.
Right? But then again,
I think
right,
everything happens for a reason.
That,
everything happens for a reason too. Exactly. Go on.
The counter argument to that is: are these people trained enough? Are they matured enough to be like super employees who don't need to be micromanaged or even managed from daily? Because what you start seeing happen is that productivity then drops.
Yes.
Or people then start to tell you, because this is pre-2020, right? People start to tell you my internet is not great, or I don't have power.
True.
Yeah.
So even remote work isn't easy. Some people will even tell you, say, I want to come to the office. Like, I don't have power. My internet is not great.
There's a lot of challenges to working from home in Nigeria that a lot of people can handle, especially people who don't have the resources to set up properly. You get, stuff like that. People like that. Like I have the cases of people who just tragically tell me that my laptop has been down for the last 4-5 hours. Do you get?
Bro,
I don't even know what to say.
I had cases where people were telling me I don't have a desk and chair.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just but I could see like also the counter, everything has the pros and cons, right? Like I believe that for people to build great stuff, and do amazing things, and yeah, we did like good work at Pulse too. There has to be an element of friendship among the crew. Like people have to like each other to work together, to work well. That's what I believe.
True.
And it's something that is an element of an important element that remote work does not drive, does not encourage. I want to ask you, like, from your remote work to on-site work and stuff like that, how many friends or how many good relationships have you developed from your remote working arrangements?
I don't think any.
Exactly.
You don't develop like. I think remote work is great for people who do not work closely with other people, like self-work. Say you're doing like customer service, right?
Yes.
Customer service, customer rep, technical customer service, right? Where you're dealing with customers, you're probably on Zendesk and they're sending you tickets. You're solving the tickets, whether you're live chatting or you're emailing, right?
Yeah.
I think remote work is pretty much simple, right?
100%.
You probably have one weekly meeting with your manager, which you can do async, or you can have a quick call with them. Boom, that's gone. But like if you work in like a marketing team, right, where you have the copywriter, you have the social media manager, you have the guy doing SEM, paid ads or SEO, you have your product marketing manager, even calls, right? Video calls is not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough. To be honest, I think being in person is still ideal. That's like number one. Number two is if you draw like a list and you cascade downwards. Number two would be video calls. Number three would be audio calls. Number four would be chatting and texting and whatever. Yeah. So it's you have to also, because of where we are in Nigeria, and most times in the kind of companies we've worked, you have very young people who have just started working, just got into the workforce, and they don't have that experience.
They don't have the experience. That's the yes. That's the
if we're and that's how we made Pulse work, right? We had very young people who didn't study mass communications, who weren't journalists, but we're talking half of the time in the newsroom, and that's why I love the way the newsroom was designed, open floor.
Yeah.
I can be having a conversation with Ayo and
someone will just jump in.
Don't let's name names, but some of the people you guys love today, right?
Yes.
Learned by just
listening to conversations.
To conversations between Ayo and I, or Steve and
this podcast started because we were having a conversation and someone said, "Guys, this is a podcast. Like this is content.
Why aren't you recording this?
Why aren't you recording this and stuff like that?
So it depends on the role, man. It depends on the role.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. And also, I think too, also, like, I don't think there's also that level of honesty that remote work really needs. And I don't think it's something that it's very, 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 very dominant in our culture, as Nigerians. Do you get? Yeah, I don't think it's really that, it's not dominant. Like, it's not dominant. So I think that's also an issue. And also, like, the economic factor where you think, that people are working for other people. Like, nobody's, like, people are not focused on just your task because they are remote company. They can have
people are doing two jobs.
Yes, now that's the thing. 37 of us. So I'm seeing that honesty element is kind of like missing. It's a critical factor to me. So you just have a feeling that people are really not committed. Do you get? And not everybody is honest enough. Like I used to like gauge hours that I missed during the day. Like for example, when I talk about going to fuel stations to queue for fuel during the day, right?
You're being paid for that. You're being paid for that hour.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like as a person, as an upright person that I am, I won't feel good if I come home and don't replace that hour.
But the problem, the counter argument to that is, you went to buy fuel to fuel your generator. Because if you didn't have fuel, you
if I don't
can't do
have
it. So
food,
it's a
I'm not going to
catch-22.
work. It's
Damn
a
if I
catch
do,
22. I
damn if I
understand.
don't.
It's damn if I don't, But you still have to be honest with yourself to say, you know what?
Let me make
This
up.
this task requires a certain hour, so let me put in those hours and make up. Like this
But
is some...
part of those hours is I had to go and get fuel because I need to do my hours.
It's true. But the honesty here is at least you know that in your mind that this task requires like a certain hours, right? And I just have to put it in because it is what I do. At the time where what I was doing was not what was giving me like what was not like it was. I was getting like money. I was getting more income from other things more than where I was working. I had to sit down to ask myself like what is the motivation right now for me in terms of should I put more focus on what is giving me more money now or this? But I looked at it and said, okay, what's the long-term plan? Is it what is giving me money now? It's not trading, like it's trading USDT or whatever it is. It's not like sustainable. Do you get? So I had to start planning.
It is sustainable, but you didn't want to go towards that direction.
I do want to go towards that direction, to be very honest. So I had to like really think about it to say, like, okay, this is how I will dedicate my time. I will ensure like it's just discipline. You ensure that you are disciplined, and it's a difficult thing to manage, and I feel that it's also like a part of what makes remote work really, really difficult, especially in our climate. I was having a conversation with somebody who did remote work. I have friends like who do remote work here, and and I see the level of detail that goes into that remote work, like how even in terms of there's a way that they can track your computer.
Of course,
like it's like it's very, very, very detailed. Like there's no winging it. You have to
there's
put
no
in the work.
there's no winging it.
And I'm like,
you do your daily stand-ups. You have to report.
You have to report.
That's why Nigerian staff they don't like Jira.
Yeah, they don't.
You're gonna put those OKRs in there, baby. You're gonna put those OKRs in there. They don't like Jira.
So there has to be a level of honesty for you to drive, because at the end of the day, it is what will help young Nigerians in terms of managing costs, optimizing performance. Because my brother, if people are wasting time in traffic, they're not coming to the office to work. They'll just come sleep, gist, and go back.
Download.
You just be wasting fuel and diesel and power and energy. It's just for and things will not be happening. So it is what it is. Yeah.
Did I ever tell you of a time where we're working, right? And the CEO of the company wanted to have a meeting with the marketing team, and I was like one of the guys leading the team, right? And I'd had like daily stand up with my guys. I don't switch on the camera, daily stand up.
Yeah.
Because it's in the morning. We do it at around 8. So I just like 15 minutes. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you up to? What was the issue yesterday? Any issues? Any blockers I need to solve for you? Blah, blah, blah. We just go around, get to work. Then, I have my one-on-ones. Not one-on-ones, but like I meet up with them. We're asyncing in the group and all of that. So I see you had an emergency meeting with the marketing team, right? He needed to explain some things in context. So he called everybody on. We're all in the call. Then his video was switched on. I think my video was switched on as well. So even when I don't ask them to switch their videos, back then my video is always switched on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a thing for me. My videos are always switched on. Even when I have meetings with guys, my video is switched on. Yeah, it's because I feel like my video shouldn't be switched on if it's an emergency. If I have a meeting with you, the first level for me, if I'm not there in person, is you have to see me.
Yes.
So but their videos aren't switched on. I don't always like getting into a hassle with them back then. Do you understand?
But over the video stuff, yeah.
And I was fairly new in the company as well. It was just a few months in, so I didn't want to sound like this overbearing.
Yes, boss. Lead, yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to switch on your video, it's voluntary.
It's fine.
Yeah. If you want to do it, fine. If it's not compulsory. Anyway, so my boss knows his video is on, my video is on, and he just knows that. Why is everybody's video off? Please, everybody, switch on your videos. As some people started switching on their videos. There was one person that did still switch her video on. And it was like, switch on your video.
Your video. Yeah.
She switched on her video. She had a gele on. She had her face made up. And she was at her sister's introduction.
Church Agbasa.
That's what I'm saying. That's the level of transparency that is needed in remote work. Guys, I'm going for a wedding today, blah blah blah. This is how it is.
Yeah.
But this I'm going to cover up. This is what I've done. It's simple. Like it's not a big deal to be very, like it's not a big, like it should be. It's not a big deal. Someone was just me. Someone was having a conversation with me about this remote arrangement. I was like, where she was working before, right? Like you see in people's calendar, going for a school run, going to the gym, during work hours. There was that level of transparency because you also know that work from home, people work late into the night because they are home.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily mean you're working from 8 to 5 or 9 to 5. Do you get? So you can use between those periods to do something else. Then later in the evening, you make it like there's the level of transparency that is needed for this thing to work, which we don't have yet in Nigeria. If I'm going for a wedding, I'm going to tell my teammates, I'm going for a wedding. This is it. But this before the wedding, this is what I'm doing. After the wedding, I'll make up for this. I'll do this. I'm just putting my plan and my work plan and everything, and everybody goes home happy. Do you get? So I don't need that level of surprise. I don't need to surprise people by putting on my camera and all of a sudden I'm in a wedding and nobody knows. No. It's unfair. Yeah. And see you feel somehow too because you feel this is what you do. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
It felt some way. Especially because he was to an extent a liberal CEO.
A literacy, yeah.
You know.
I understand.
So yeah. All right, man. Let's get into it. Let us get into it.
Nigerians so woo.
See this topic where
Yeah.
Steve for you. Someone who shout out to Rash, man. Let me go and look for that tweet. It was you guys because he doesn't mention me. So I don't.
He already knows.
I don't
So
see
he
the
already
tweet.
knows. You don't know the. You don't know
know.
the program, the agenda for the.
You don't know the P.
Rash the greatest. I don't see the tweets because he doesn't mention me. But like, someone sent a screenshot, right? And I need to find that screenshot. He's tweeted a lot. Oh my god.
It's in pop group.
It's in pop. Okay, I'll go.
I put it in pop group.
All right, so we're talking about context. Okay, sorry guys, context. The first topic we're talking about here is the talking points from retired General Ibrahim Babangida's book. He recently launched a book, A Journey in Service in the Capital. That's a trash title, by the way, just saying.
Trash ass title, trash ass book, trash ass man.
It's a trash ass title. Look at Obasanjo's My Watch. Like that's do you understand?
That's
a journey.
Any
sentence that has two.
Erify's zone is the best to me.
What's his own? What's his own again?
Accidental civil servant.
Do you understand? You want a banger?
Yeah.
It's like album titles, right? You want a banger album title. You want a banger album cover.
Yeah.
He's the book cover of this book, and I know I'm just being very superficial before we get into it, right? The book cover is the book cover is trash. It's like they took a picture of a random video or picture, and then they just
public event,
cropped it out or so. Yeah. Like, come on, man. Do you understand? Like,
you guys could not drink. There was no photo shoot you guys could do for IBB. Come on.
A journey in the service in the capital. Doesn't even capture anything.
Yeah, it doesn't even. It doesn't evoke any.
Do you know the red flag?
Any sort of emotion.
Do you know the red flag for me for this book?
When
I got my hands on it, and I saw it was like 400 pages. I'm like, nah, come on, how about
400? Just 400 pages.
I like IBB with all you've done. With all you've done in this country.
400 pages.
400 should be a chapter, not the whole fucking.
Just 400 pages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll get into it. Okay, so Rash the greatest. I am Rashman. Shout out to him, friend of the show, big time listener. Shout out to you, Rash. He says, I just remember this IBB book thing will make Osags go on a long rant on loose talk. And then he puts the meme of Papa Jasco losing it. Like total head loss, no pun intended. Then he says, I will be there, inshallah.
I'll tell you.
I hope you're listening now. Yes, it's a total head loss. As a matter of fact, I was able to hold myself from tweeting. There were 3 times I drafted something.
Everybody just knows Osagie was going to lose it.
You understand? I saw it. See what? Like I wanted to, Then I said no. I'm not going to do this.
But to be fair, even in the group, Osagie didn't really go that hard.
I didn't.
He didn't go. That's the thing. He didn't go.
Because I thought that with this one, Osagie would just start bringing points.
You don't get. You guys. I was reading what you guys were saying, right? And the only thing I could do at that point was tell you guys to go and read those books.
The Soldiers of Fortune,
Just go and read it because I know some guys in the group haven't read it yet, right? Some have read, some haven't read it yet, some are in the middle of it. Please just go and read the books because, bro, if I started typing, It was I can't even type on my phone. Those kind of things, I don't like typing on my phone. I have to
Yeah,
use
his
my
computer. Yeah, his laptop.
Yes.
I don't type on
And
the
I'll
phone.
go on a freaking full rant. But I didn't want to go on the freaking full rant because I thought you guys are even tired of me ranting. Do you understand? Like, so I did the inverse of what I would have done. I just said, I'm just going to stay away from this thing because I need my mental space to be okay. Do you understand? Like, I really do need my mental space to be okay. So I really held myself and said, no, I'm not going to engage in this thing. It's almost like I went on a fast.
Detox.
Yes, I'm just going to hold myself back because this is a bunch of BS from the beginning to the end. This is a bunch of BS.
Let's highlight the BS. Let's even highlight the BS.
Bro, where do we start from? I haven't read the book. I'm not going to read the book, by the way, but since you said it's 400, I think reading the book is going to infuriate me so much. I'm going to go on a total head loss on Twitter.
No,
so I don't want to read the book because he's just going to...
I just want to see like his beginnings, that's all. All that head of state part, like, bro, I beg.
This is a career criminal, right? This man is a career criminal who committed treason multiple times from a civilian perspective, and then from a military dispensation perspective, committed mutiny multiple times, survived everything, killed his friend because he was paranoid he was going to take over his own administration, right? Killed his number two, then runs an election finally
after years of deceiving the nation that is going to do it.
Do you understand? Before you run the election, you ban all the political aspirants. Steve, I don't know if you've gotten to that part of the book.
Yes.
Where you ban all so that's why a lot of people who couldn't run, because he banned all of them and said,
he banned all of them.
Okay, hey, you guys in this political party, you are hereby banned. This is a list of people that are banned. Then magically, some people can run and some people can't run based off your own discretion. Then you give another career criminal the opportunity to run on a platform, and that one then goes to win the election. Do you understand?
Which surprised them because they thought it was their mouse that was going to win it.
Then you say, hey guys, he can't win it because something. And then you step down and then you hand over the power to another career criminal, but this one is a murderous career criminal. And then you go and live in your castle for 2 decades or more, 3 decades, over 3 decades. Then you have the audacity.
And now you want to become a New York Times bestseller.
You have the effrontery. You have the impetus to release a book. And then the current president, whose mentor you shanked, then gets on stage and says, you inspire me, you inspire us all.
Yeah, inspire them now. Inspire them to become president now.
Bro, the total, you need to understand what I was going through when I was watching the videos,
the clips,
everything.
I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch it.
I lost my mind, but I didn't lose my mind the way I would have lost my mind before.
Because you know the devil you're playing with.
It makes sense.
It makes sense now.
It all makes sense. And that's why I implore people, please go and read those Max Solum books. I recently gave it to Filmmaker, right? Shout out Filmmaker, friend of the show. It was only on page 14 when he sent me a message, page 14. And then page 14, he's already having his own head loss.
Now the first act with that. You never even got that the main.
And these are just the personal sins of Babangida. It's not the institutionalized corruption.
Bro, there's an oil windfall. There was an oil windfall in this period. Where did that money go?
$12.4 billion in 2024 sounds like it's a ridiculous amount.
Bro.
Let alone in 1991, I mean 1990. Bro, do you understand what $12.4 billion before dollar is? Right? It remains unaccounted for today. Yes. You know, he promoted nepotism. Like this man, that's why you saw a plethora of
that's why they were all there.
Wealthy men. They were all there praising him. You made me a
this is like when the Capitic, the head of the mafia, right, comes all the men show up.
He made all of them. They all made ridiculous amount of money as when Babangida was president. This man undertook, I would say, the most devastating economic sabotage in Nigerian history with that structural adjustment program. Remember that
SAP.
with World Bank and IMF.
Steve don't get the head loss. I didn't feel you.
See, I'm not going to read Babangida's book. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it.
I can't read it. I can't read it. I'm going to be tearing the book.
People have forgotten the human rights, the Tedeligiwa assassination. Do you like
till today, nobody has been held accountable for the assassination of a journalist.
I have a take.
Most especially if you listen to and this is, I'm not going to go into this so the DSS doesn't come knocking on my door. But please, ladies and gentlemen, if you are reading this or you are listening to this rather, Google Marian Okon and do your investigation. Oh, sorry, I said Maria. Gloria Okon. And do your investigations.
I wrote a story about it.
Maria Okon is wild.
Yeah. That's the Narco series. Gloria Okon is the Narco series. That one is.
Yep.
Go and just Google Gloria Okon.
I have two takes on this. I have two theories, right?
Please go.
The reason why IBB is not reviled as it should be is because of Abacha. Abacha's sins were so great. He covered for IBB zone, but IBB zone are also on the same level.
Yes.
IBB just does it with a smile. IBB will kill you with a smile.
IBB is worse.
He's worse.
He's worse.
Because he has, yes.
You were part of the Murtala Mohammed coup. You were part of the Gowon coup. You were part of the Murtala Mohammed coup. You were part of the not the Murtala the coup that got Gowon into power. You were part of it. The coup that got Murtala Mohammed into power. You are part of it. The coup that got Buhari into power. You are part of it. Then you now did another coup on Buhari, that you got him there. You now did the coup on his own head again. You got him
and arrested him for 2 years.
You got in there for you stayed there for many years, and then finally destroyed the economy of the country.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but IBB is the longest serving military president in Nigerian history, right?
No, go on.
Go on, how many years?
Is IBB now?
Is IBB now? 8
years. From 85 to...
Oh, yeah, it's true.
90. Yes, IBB did 8 years.
Yes.
Yeah, he did 8 years.
That's how...
And he's the first one, and he's actually the first one that came into... that ran a coup and came into power. Usually, they run the coup and install somebody there.
1966 to 1975. How many years is that? Isn't that 9 years?
That's 9, actually.
That's Yakubu Gowon.
Okay, so
that's Gowon.
Gowon. So second longest, right?
Second longest, okay.
Do you understand? Oh, God, man.
Nah, man.
Oh.
Also, my second take is that he's whitewashing history right now because he knows he doesn't have a few years left.
Of course.
Look, if you watch the video, you can obviously see.
Yes.
And he has had his leg problem for decades.
Yes.
He had a nasty leg problem for decades. We can clearly see he wants to be at peace with himself and whitewash.
It's whitewashing. That's what we're seeing here. And everybody's just doing what? We're all just going with it. See, this thing that we're seeing here is what has been happening for the last 50 years. It's what happened in 85. It's what happened. Bro, it's just a repetition. It's just the same thing. It's the same cycle. The media is the media has always been compromised. We just keep thinking things got bad now. I think that's what Nigeria kind of does to you, right? You just kind of think, oh man, this just got bad now. And it's because things get worse, and then we compare worse to bad, and we feel like bad was okay. Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
Like, how dare anybody say, oh, Nigeria is giant of Africa? You remember when we used to say it, oh, Nigeria is giant of Africa?
Do you know I've Googled that thing? I've never seen
we never ever, like, if anybody says Nigeria is giant of Africa, I just reply to them, like, you can't provide uninterrupted power in your country. How are you the giant of Africa? Like, who comes up with these things where how did Nigeria get to the point where they feel like Nigeria is a powerhouse in Africa?
I did a small research.
Is it the economy? Like, what power? What was it?
I did a small research on this. The reason is, I can't remember the name of that president. I think it was the president of Ethiopia or something. The guy fell in love with Nigeria so much that he felt that, apart from Ethiopia, the next black nation to lead the continent was Africa, and was Nigeria. And that's why Nigeria hosted First Act 77. It was the reason why they did that, right? And during that period, Nigeria was doing a lot of, how will I call it now? They were intervening, they were trying to fight apartheid, helping other countries to...
South Africa, especially,
helping other countries to gain independence and all that, because we had money that time. So we were splashing money around. There was also the thing of ECOMOG trying to stabilize West Africa from all the dictators like what's that name, Charles Taylor and co. So it now looked as if, in terms of the way America plays with evolves itself or influences the world politically, that was the role Nigeria was about to take. But at the end of the day, we still don't have lights, we don't have water, we don't have good roads. So
this guy, like if you guys go and read Soldiers of Fortune, the first book, the one from 1983 to 1993, he changed so many policies that we're still suffering from today. You know what? The first thing he did, right? He was very paranoid about a coup happening and him being taken over. So you know what he now did all the time? He was constantly rotating everybody, all the appointments, everybody that were in the military. So whether you were head of security, whatever, in 3 months' time, he will rotate you out and put you somewhere else, and then rotate that person. And so constant rotation. So you don't even have the time to plan any.
Yeah, you don't even know where you're going to be the next 3 months.
He was constant. In the book, he says, with his imperial presidential power of appointment. So that's another thing he did, right? There used to be a ruling council. Ruling council or something. Yes, like that. When they kicked Buhari out and he came in, he now designed the council in a way where he could make all the decisions. It was autonomous. He could do everything. He could make all, because he now owned, or he sat in the multiple roles that needed to make any
executive decision.
Yes. And so he could do it by himself and then inform them that, see,
he was the first full-fledged dictator we had now.
Yes.
If you put it that way, yeah.
But he was always smiling.
No, they say he was charming as fuck.
Do you understand?
Very charming guy.
I was having a conversation with someone and the guy was like, Babangida can have you in the living room and then they are building your coffin outside.
Yeah.
You have a clue.
Yeah. No, you have a clue. You will see them building something and you ask me, what are they building? So I'm building cupboard.
Yeah.
And it's literally your coffin. That's how he was.
I will be smiling at you when he's talking to you. Like, he's called the evil genius.
Yeah, let's discuss.
Let me, before we go into this, I just want to read this part. Okay. It says, with his imperial presidential power of appointment and dismissal, Babangida constantly rotated, redeployed, and or retired state military governors, cabinet ministers, senior officers, and the ruling military council itself. He dismissed or dissolved the entire AFRC 3 times. Prior to Babangida, no military ruler had ever dismissed the entire ruling military council or had the right to do so. In his time in power, Babangida used nearly 80 different military governors, over 50 different members of the military ruling council, and nearly 60 different cabinet members, cabinet ministers. Is this not insane?
This is insane.
Do you know what comes with these things? Do you know the amount of money? The number of papers they need to print, do you understand? Because you're constantly changing people. You are going to change all of those things. Again, let me read. It says, in his time in power, Babangida used nearly 80 different military governors. In how many states in when? From 83 to 93. How many states did we have in Nigeria? We had what?
Not 23. You know, 23.
Maybe max, we had 28 because Abacha was the one that did the last round, right? Where they had Bielsa and co. So maybe let's say we had 28. You had 80 different military governors, constantly rotating them. 50 different members of the military ruling council and nearly 60 different cabinet ministers. How many ministerial offices do we have? It says over 100 military officers served as military governors or ARC members. That figure can perhaps be doubled if the officers who served as ADCs, task force chairmen, and as members of military created parastatals are included. Of the 28 members of Babangida's inaugural AFRC in August 85, only 5 remained by the time he left the office. Babangida himself, along with Sani Abacha, Augustus Aikomo, Murtala Nwako, and Joshua Dangoyaru. Another thing he did was create something called the unitary governance, and then he removed state autonomy.
Yeah.
So everything that happens here or what I dictate is what all of you dictate, and that's why they also didn't really like him because basically you were his houseboys. So this now also caused a problem in each state, because each state is peculiar, right? Has their own cultural context, everything. What now happened was what they dictate in a certain, like what they dictate in Abuja must be replicated in all states. So education, the way they build the roads. Do you understand? In America now, the states are like you go to different states.
Very autonomous. Yeah, they do their own thing.
Now he removed that and said, "What I do here is what all of you must do," and that now caused a lot of problem. Max Olun says the erosion of state economy began with the Murtala Muhammad regime in 75. That government deliberately selected military governors from the middle ranks of the officers' corps and excluded them from the SMC. I'm trying to find the place where. Anyways, guys, let's go into the talking points. All right.
Anyway, he finally admitted that
that was,
you know, for the MK won the election.
Then he should be tried and he should go to jail.
Simple.
Yeah.
Because what
instead
he
of
did
having
was
the
what?
presidents, instead of having the presidents come on and say that you inspire him. Yes, now you're obstructed justice.
Yeah, you should be in jail. Yeah. You should be in jail. In fact, see, I know why it's designed the way it is. Because if you carry out a coup, right, and you fail the coup, it means it's treason.
Automatic treason.
It's treason in civilian governance, right? And then in the military, it's mutiny.
Yeah.
The problem is that the coups are always successful. So who's going to try you?
Yeah. You won already now, so.
Yeah, exactly. But now that we went to what civilian rule in 1999, everybody that partook in a coup and should be tried. You should be tried. Am I missing something here?
Yeah, no. You're on points.
You should be tried. He should be tried.
The military ruling class, what they've done to Nigeria, bro.
The class of 62.
Oh my Lord, have mercy.
The class of 62. They are still ruling. They are still ruling the country.
Yes, so
they all just took off the military attire and wore agbada.
Yeah. And again, for annulling an election, everybody that's involved should face trial, whether you are dead or alive. Should go and face trial.
So, what do you want us to do with that information in 2025?
Yep.
That Abiola
clap for him.
To vindicate him.
To clap for him.
I didn't like how you were sitting on Abacha, like saying Abacha led forces. Nigga, you're the strongest man in the game. So, bro.
He put on the blame. He said it was done without his approval and without his.
How can they do that?
You were the freaking president. How can they do it without your approval?
But he went on TV to announce. Why can't they do it without your approval? Or what, did they take
I don't understand. How was Abacha your senior officer?
Or did they point a gun in front of you and say you must address the country and say the elections are being annulled?
He saw, and Steve, I don't know if you got into that part of the book, but it became a place where they said IBB boys and Lagos boys. Lagos boys were Abacha boys. IBB boys were Abacha boys. And then the tension now started heightening to a point. And I think he saw the writing on the wall.
He saw the writing on the wall.
And he bounced.
And left, Well, I think what does this say about like the country and the people leading us when this man remains like a revered
idol?
Like anybody just coming out, anybody running for president must go to Mina to like pay some sort of homage. Like, I don't understand. What does this? I don't understand.
What does this have on them that they see?
I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Because you should be a pariah.
Peter Obi got the smoke too. When he just made that ridiculous comment, I'm very happy when he made that ridiculous comment. Just pay like glowing tributes.
They said he left Nigeria better than what it was. I'm like, bro, for you in this country,
are you serious?
Did you know the economy?
We've gotten Peter Obi's side, right?
You also have to understand that Peter Obi also became a millionaire or billionaire from that era. It's simple. It's simple. He was made.
I just want to say something. See, when I saw the Peter Obi statement, I actually didn't feel any way. In fact, I thought it was a very appropriate statement for him to make. Number one, guys, I've always told you people, stop trying to make saviors out of Nigerian leaders. That's the problem. Peter Obi, if you look at his description now, let me go to his description. Let me see how they describe him as.
You can't be a billionaire since 1992, 1993 without being part of this. And not benefiting from this system.
Businessman and politician.
He put business first.
That's
Igbo
what
man.
is described. Nobody described him as he's not Bernie Sanders now. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah.
Businessman and politician. That is
Yes,
his
he was a
description.
businessman. He was never a career politician now. And according to his story, he was forced.
This is a billionaire.
He was forced. They bought they told him to come and he didn't want at first.
My own problem is that why do you people see, guys?
Why are you surprised that a billionaire is?
I need you to understand something. Yeah. This thing that you people think there's good and evil, it doesn't work that way. There's no good and evil. Everything is just what it is. You don't expect Peter Obi. I will be shocked if Peter Obi is not singing praises to IBB.
IBB, yeah.
It's impossible. He's a politician, and in the game, you have to play the game.
You have to play the game. You can't be a rebel.
The people that are going to be mad at Peter Obi, if Peter Obi wins, right? And it's a big if he wins the
2027 election,
presidential election.
Is the obedience that'll be mad at him the most?
Yes, because they don't know the game. They don't know the game.
The expectation is far from reality.
Yeah. What do you think is going to happen when Peter Obi becomes president? He's going to work with Shettima. He's going to work with El Rufai. He's going to work with everybody.
There's a statement
it is what it is. Do you think he's going to say, "Oh, this is the line. This is the..." See, if you people are looking for good or evil, wait till rapture or the end of the days where they open the book of good and evil, and then people will line up behind it. Wait till that time.
There's something Peter Obi said once. He said the mistake he made when he was governor was that he didn't know how to handle the elites, the ruling elites. And I think he was trying to say that if I enter Aso Rock, he's going to have a softer stance with the powers that be. Because in Anambra, you can say fuck anybody.
Yeah.
See, I get it, guys.
Play ball,
but that's not
you disappear.
Ayo, sorry, you were saying something. I think.
You're saying something. Your internet.
Yeah. I say it's either you play ball or you disappear.
Yeah.
Also, Rock is not a place where you are forming. This is good and this is bad.
And also because Nigeria is also too complex for you to just come and say, "Oh, F the elites." No, it doesn't work that way.
You think if Peter Obi comes into power, he's going to stop funding Hajj trips?
Nope.
Bro.
Do you understand? Like, do people think? Is that what people are thinking?
No.
That the guy is a good school teacher and is going to say, okay, this is what is happening now. EFCC, you will not be busting guys again. This is how we have to do it. No, that's not how, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's not how it works.
Nigeria's ideal
going to be crazy. And then gradually, you can then put in some reforms to clean up.
That's to be gradual.
Do you understand?
Too fast or more.
But here's what's going to happen. You come in as president, you probably have maybe 100 positions to fill. He's still going to do the quota system. There's still going to be incompetent people that will get into those positions of power based off the quota system of tribe.
Yes, and also political favors.
Based off the quota system of religion. What we're experiencing today, we will still experience it if people like Peter Obi get into power. That's how it works.
I can bet you that if Obi becomes president, to be a northerner that will become the CBN governor. They're not born and well to make a southerner CBN governor. They're not born and well.
Do you understand what is going on here?
They're not born and well.
So I want to go back to the Babangida thing before we go into Peter Obi again. I saw the gathering, I saw the people, and it was just on brand. I was not even shocked or disappointed. It actually made sense. Because of what I've been reading, I saw it and said, oh, on brand.
They are from the same family now.
On brand. Now they look at
like say, Kaki, civilian. They are from the same family. Come on. And Babangida is a patriarch.
In my own eyes, in my own face, you will not whitewash yourself.
Osagie, you know why? Because you're not from that family. If you two have won Edo State Council or somewhere, you two for don't go Abuja.
Myself, I did there now. I did there. I go even climb state pledge here. They buy 10,000 books.
10,000 books.
Yes, and I'm sending it to all the schools in Edo State. I'm making it compulsory for them to read.
This is the game of politics.
To read all 400 pages.
Even Mandela that is seen as the father of South Africa.
Oh my God.
He had to compromise with the whites now.
Man.
I'll be president. The clerk will be vice president to keep you guys at bay, so that you guys can have a familiar face.
Social media with everything, with activism, with gender, with gender, with politics, they see the world in some sort of like right and wrong, like
it's the platform.
view.
The people don't see the world that way. It's the platform. I'm telling you, people, it's social engineering. It's the platform. See, these people that are saying these things, they all are beneficiaries of nepotism.
Of nepotism and corruption.
I'm telling you.
These are the people
See,
that bribe.
it's the platform that makes you just feel that way. See, all those people that are tweeting, I can't believe Peter Obi said their uncle got them a job.
Bro.
Yeah.
Not off merits.
Yes.
Osagie, their parents bought Expo for them.
Do you understand? I'm even like, let's cascade it as low as, oh, you went to work in the factory. Someone took your CV because they know somebody there and got you the job. What do you think that was? What do you think that was? You think that was you okay? You want to classify that as a minor? That's nothing now. No, corruption went in there. Now you owe the guy a favor. We've worked in companies where a staff was paying somebody who brought in a percentage of his salary.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Abi,
That's
remember.
corruption.
Bro, I remember now. Yeah, I remember.
And it happens everywhere.
Bro, let me tell you. When I was growing up, there was a guy who worked in a bank and could get people to work in the bank as contract staff. But for the first 6 months, you were giving him 50% of your salary.
Yeah.
This was on the lowest level ever. This is teller, bank teller.
Yeah. Now, Osagie, imagine that guy now becomes minister tomorrow.
So that guy will now come on Twitter and say, how dare him not, blah, 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 blah. This is not the kind of policy. No.
It's a reflection of us as the people.
I remember being in school, right? And there was this girl I was asking out that time, one girl like that, right? And she used to do all this SU something. And I was like, so I felt like it was a challenge to me that I'm going to introduce the devil into your life. With this SU thing you're doing, is my sole purpose now to break you from this godly thing that you're doing, because I don't like it. Anyways, that's a joke. I was trying to date the girls who were just and everything. But you know what turned me off? Just one single thing.
Well.
She told me about how her brother was trying to get into school. So I'm like, oh, that's good. Has he written like the JAM? He said yes. And they have a pastor. And she has given, the pastor works in admissions, right? The pastor of our church, one of the pastors of our church works in admissions. And she has given the pastor the details of her brother. So I'm not like, why did you give him the details? I was like, so he can help, So, you know how it is now. Can help. God will help.
To augment.
Bro, something was, as she was looking at me, something was short-circuiting in my brain. I think smoke was coming out of my ears. I'm like, hold on. You, a Christian, who should be a law-abiding citizen, you are telling me that you are going to, in some way, commit malpractice so your brother can get into school.
Admission fraud. It's admission fraud.
Admission fraud, thank you. But then, you now want to
God did it.
I never talked to her again.
Yeah.
I was irritated. But see, you see the problem? Yeah. We don't even know what is fraud. We don't know what is malpractice. We don't know anything.
We think it's when we read
because yes,
$50 billion.
Because it's true. Because in the real sense of how things work, lines are blurred. There's context, there's nuances to a lot of situations. But when we're having these conversations online on social media, on Twitter especially,
it's black and white.
Nobody applies those nuances. Nobody applies. Everything is just black and white. It does not make sense. And I agree with Osagie. People just come. It's the platform. The platform encourages it.
Yeah. It's the platform.
I shouldn't pay any mind to it.
I was thinking about one in the office, like 3 days ago. Someone was passing. This is very interesting. This is how I see what social media did. Someone was passing. A young man was passing. So a lady looked at his shoes. Right? But the young man had passed. The lady looked at the shoes. The young man didn't know the lady was looking at the shoes. She was probably admiring the shoes. Mm-hmm. And do you know what just kicked into my head immediately? I just stood there. It kicked into my head and said, wow, this young man just passed by. This lady looked at his shoes. But the young man has no idea. Facebook and all these platforms made all of us data analysts. I said, they might, like it comes, something might say how. I said, if this young man posted the picture of his outfit on social media, he could actually calculate how many people
looked at
saw
his shoes.
the shoes. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it took us to a virtual reality world where you can then start to commodify behavior and put them into like numbers. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like that feeling didn't exist that much. Or even if it existed, because you can be walking and someone is looking at your shoes onward, right? And you can have an idea, okay, someone checked out my outfit today, but you couldn't quantify it to any level. And it changed human reasoning about 20 years ago, where you now post a picture of yourself and then you have 50 likes. And then you say, oh, or let's even say views, right? Let's leave likes alone and all that. That's even more complex. The thing had 100 views. And then you're like, 100 people saw me today. You couldn't quantify it all up till social media. And then it changed the way we think. It changed our attitude. It changed the way we behaved. It definitely will change the way you dress. It inspired fashion. It inspired so many things, right? Or influence, not inspired. I know I'm going off a tangent here, but do you get
I
my
understand
point?
what you're saying. I get your point.
Because prior to that,
a very good point.
You went out and you didn't care about any metrics of people seeing you or anything. And all of a sudden, that's what you're most concerned about. How many views did I get off this opinion? How many views did I? And those things are what now inspire this black and white, because it's extreme that will get you the likes. For people that post all the time, see, someone like us now, we've kind of, and we're still in the matrix, right?
Yeah,
but we already understand how human psychology works, right? A bit with media. Media really helped us.
A lot. We understood how people are controlled. Yeah.
Or how narratives can come out and all those things. So we kind of take a step back, and that's why we don't post often. That's why we don't, we try as much as possible. But see, bro, some people are fully into this matrix thing where the number of views is critical to how they survive in a day.
Yes.
It makes that day. It makes or breaks that day.
And I'm not even talking about the people that get paid for it too. I'm talking about just regular civilians.
Yes.
Everyday Joes.
Yes. It's interesting that Buhari was not there. Going back to IBB's.
Steve is a
IBB's.
book. He's a book. Buhari will not be there. Buhari will not be.
Let me tell you something.
No. I heard from there's an interview I was reading about it. I think the last time he spoke about it was I think it was his 2015 interview. He apparently still holds a very huge grudge.
Of course, now he was a beef now. Yes,
that was his chief of staff that kicked him out.
Yeah, got played.
Yeah. He sent his, but he was absent, and
he won't go. He'll be in his feelings. I'll be surprised if he went.
He didn't go. So
well, I won't be surprised if he went, but I'm not surprised he didn't go or he didn't turn up.
It's just interesting how they just do you and Nigerian,
there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
Those detention of that time is not as if they detain you in your house. Like, for example, Buhari was detained in Benin City for 2 years. Like, why are you taking Buhari to? Why are you detaining Buhari?
They'll put you in like a military barracks.
Somewhere that you can't influence. You can't influence anything.
It's be like a home. Do you understand?
Yes.
It can be like a home. It can be a house, but you can't leave the compound.
Yes, you can't leave the compound.
I've seen the house before. Gochi showed me one time. It's
actually where was detained?
Yes. Is a normal, like all those 70s, 1970s, 1960s.
Yes.
It's like similar to what they did with the Binance guy. Yeah. You'll be there, they can't let you out. Then if they don't really rock with you, like how Abacha didn't rock with Yar'Adua and Obasanjo.
That prison, you sleep safe.
Gulag, straight safe.
Oh,
you understand? So those guys were really wild. And see, Buhari is very stubborn. What caused this problem with Shagari? They were fighting, he was pushing the insurgents out of Nigeria towards, I think, Niger or Chad, right? And they had pushed them to an extent, right? And then Shagari was like, okay, this is fine. Please come back. And Buhari said he's not coming back there. He has not pushed them enough. The presidents.
Yeah.
Those generals were too powerful.
The GCFR.
Were too powerful.
The guy now told him, come back now. He said, no. We need to go further and push them further. Then Shagari now went to his senior officers, who now commanded him to come back, and that's where the grudge. Jordan meme. This is where I took it personally.
Something like that also happened to Mutala, but it was opposite. During Biafra, he suffered an embarrassing loss.
Yeah.
And he was reprimanded by the Supreme Council, and he left the country, went to England for a long time before he came back and now became head of state. Those guys were wild, man. Those army boys, they are doing not crazy things.
I have no respect for any of them. None of them.
Yeah.
For them, for their siblings, for any of them.
They fucked this country up big time.
You can still see the semblance of that, that arrogance in the typical Nigerian
soldier. Yeah,
Nigerian soldier. You see them on the streets. They want to get away with anything.
A Nigerian soldier has no right to call you and say he wants. It's not his job. His job is to defend the nation from external attack.
Country.
But when you see them on the road, you are scared because you know that they'll fuck you up.
They want to show.
See, there was one of the military officers that released the statement during that period and said, during the 80s, like the late 80s, and said, military officers are so concerned with politics and are so politicized, right, that they don't even know how to do their jobs anymore. They couldn't go to combat anymore. It got to that point where to be proper military officers, they didn't know how to be. They were more concerned with, and this was happening with junior officers, most especially, how do I get political positions? How do I get my own administrative position? And to make them appeased, Babangida had to constantly always put them in power, put them in a position just to appease them so they won't carry out another coup.
Yeah.
It's just a cycle of mess. If I could go back in time, right? I don't think that first coup that ever happened. You look at it with all the intentions he had, with all the it's the one that started this whole roller coaster.
Yes, no, that is Nigeria's. That was it.
It started this whole roller coaster.
And that's why I laugh when Nigerians are supporting the dictator in Niger. That yes, they're taking over the country.
They have no idea.
This is what Africans like. This is what Africans like.
They have no idea. They have no idea what military rule is.
When there's no election for 6 years, you people will know. You'll be begging. You now beg America and France. The France that you've chased away, you beg them to come and intercede on your behalf.
Anyways, man, Babangida also said in his book that there was nothing like the Igbo coup as the 1966 military coup has since been described.
Breaking news. Thank you for that revelation.
The only reason why the rhetoric or the narrative of Igbo coup can exist is because people don't read. Because it just takes you to read one book.
Bro, it's doing a Google search. You can do a Google search, you'll see.
Even the Wikipedia page of the 1966 Nigerian coup d'etat will give you a understanding of what really happened. Do you get? But you can also leave so many things to interpretations. For example, like why is Nnamdi Azikiwe it's just out of the country? Like stuff like that nuances that can be that people can latch on.
That can be weaponized.
That can be weaponized. That's just what's happened. And when people are stupid, like we still have here in Nigeria in 2024,
millions of them.
Millions of them. Just look at what happened during the last election where Labour Party was termed the Igbo Party. when you could see that Peter Obi's fan base was with a certain demographic across the country. Do you get?
And then some people just labeled it as Igbo.
People just labeled it because they knew it was going to work. If people are not stupid enough, nobody would do that. Do you get? So it is what it is. That's something that we have to deal with. And also that's one of the things the internet taught us. You used to think that people will be smart enough to, but you realize that we're on Twitter, we're on social media, we're seeing it every day that people are just dumb.
Steve,
do you get?
It is very
for example, for example, a popular commentator came out to say a popular commentator has been talking about how Mohbad's wife cheated on him, but he's not. Mohbad is not the father of the kid, blah blah blah. And the photo of the baby finally came, and we could see the resemblance to Mohbad.
Yeah.
And the person came out and say, "Oh, okay, that but he just believes that Mohbad's wife is 70% innocent, not 100%." But if that guy is making these moves because he knows that people are stupid enough to just give him an audience. It's simple.
That's very dark, right?
My brother.
Yeah.
Did you get?
You know the
So, like,
funniest
people
part
are-
of the video he made. The funniest
Yeah.
part of the video he made for me was the Mohbad's wife, right? Did the interview with Chude on Chude's show.
Yeah.
And then he started the interview with, you get one guy interviewed Mohbad's wife. And he just called Chude. He said, we one guy. So I couldn't even get past. I personally couldn't get past the one guy interviewed. So person. It's
But-
Chude you're
but-
calling one guy.
But that might be that he does not even know who Chude is. It's possible. It's very possible.
But do you understand the problem? Before I can't go further than one guy interviewed.
One guy, yeah.
With,
Yeah, so
you know
it's-
all the things Judy has done in media for you to belittle him to one guy.
So it is what it is. Like, people are really stupid, and next election is still going to happen.
Of course.
So
I'm not. See, me personally, I've given up because I understand that there are too many powerful forces, right? Even though we're in the millions.
Yeah.
But I understand that the engine and the machine that these guys operate is so big, it's so powerful.
So powerful.
If you try to, you end up killing yourself. You end up dying.
It's so powerful.
Look at everybody.
So
You die and go.
And
you're not remembered. You're
and the
not
worst
fucking
part,
remembered.
yes, the worst part of it is you die for nothing.
You die for nothing. Nothing changes.
Nobody gives you any sort of thing. In academia, nobody pays tribute.
Nothing.
In politics, in activism,
no scholarship,
people just
nothing,
forget. Nothing.
There should be.
It just goes.
I've told you guys before.
Yeah. There should be a Delegiwa School of Journalism in this country.
Yep.
I've told you guys before.
Yep.
Once you do something for Nigeria, what Nigeria does in return is it punishes you for it.
It punishes you for it.
Go and look at the person who designed the Nigerian flag. Go and look at the person who wrote the Nigerian national anthem. Go and look at our footballers. Just go and look at everybody that represented Nigeria in a way. Do you understand? Yes. Everybody, whether from sports to creative to whatever, every one of them, if they did not follow a corrupt line, they were, not only did they suffer, it's almost like Nigeria said, I will punish you.
They were neglected, yes.
I will punish you.
They were neglected, dropped into oblivion. It's interesting, to be very honest, and it's sad. I'm very fortunate.
Guys, if you wanna read about the first Nigerian coup, there's a very popular book that was published in 1981. It's called Why We Struck.
We Struck.
Yeah. It's published by Adewale Ademoyega. He's one of the 5 majors, I believe, who carried out the coup. It's a very popular book. I read it in 2004. It was published in 1981 though, but you could always find it's a bestseller.
Okay, no, mine was 2006. I remember mine was during the census.
During that
mine was
period.
2006. During the period. I wanted to say it was 2004 too, but it was 2006. I remember.
I took the book from my grandfather's library. Yeah, Why We Struck. But it's a really good book. Like I said, Ademoyega is one of the principal plotters of the January 15, 1966 coup. Basically, Wikipedia describes it as an event that derailed Nigeria's nascent democracy and introduced military rule to Nigeria. Basically, they had some good intentions, but it basically destroyed the country. And it set it in a roller coaster of events and chain of events that just further destroyed the country. Imagine if we didn't discover oil in Nigeria. Just imagine what would have happened. Because it's the oil boom that even pushed Nigeria back forward. Back up a bit, right? Imagine if there was no oil.
Proper stock.
Look at me. I started this podcast feeling good, play some old school music, was vibing.
It's IBB now. It's Maradona.
Let's go. You know what? I think the next thing on the line, our inflation has dropped. I think that's a good thing. So I think
this is just going to further infuriate me because these are cooked numbers.
I have a question. This
guy actually thought this will make me feel better. Do you know what this is? This is basically papering over the cracks. You have a fracture, you now put plaster on it and say you are feeling okay.
Please, I have a request.
Yes,
can they rebase the forex to Nigeria dollar rates since they are rebasing everything?
We need what we need to fucking rebase is this script. We don't need to start with politics and current affairs in this podcast anymore. Please, Steve, rebase this whole script.
Nigeria
I will.
Nigeria is a comedy. You just decided one day that we should rejig the inflation.
The guy rebased it. It's like how they rebased unemployment numbers. The thing now went from 30 something percent to 3%. And everybody now said, okay, let's go.
Inflation things are still expensive for people on the streets. It doesn't, if there's no positive, nobody's saying, okay, it's true, inflation has gone down. Only in the go on.
All right, let me read the official news article. This is published on Reuters. Nigeria's inflation rate dropped. No, I need some vibe. I know what I need to do.
Put some NTM music behind that.
Good. I got you guys. Don't worry. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. Good afternoon, everybody. You are now listening to Loose Talk News. My name is Osagie and reporting from headquarters. Nigeria's inflation rate drops after statistics overhauled and updated. Nigeria's annual inflation rate stood at 24.48% in January, the statistics agency said on Tuesday, well down from the previous month's figure after the country's price index was rebased for the first time in more than a decade. The National Bureau of Statistics said the rebasing, in which the items in the reference basket used to calculate inflation were reweighted and comparison period was updated from 2009 to 2024, was necessary to reflect changes in consumption patterns. The price estimate from the NBS will be much more reflective of the current inflationary pressure experienced within the economy, Statistician General Prince Adeyemi Adeniran told a press conference. He said the latest data should not be interpreted as reflecting a sharp slowdown in inflation. Last month, before the rebasing, the Statistics Bureau put December inflation at 34.80% year on year. It's not saying prices have come down in the markets to this rate, but the rate of change between 2024 January and 2025 January is what the inflation rate is all about, Adeniran said. All right, guys, we have it here. Let me tell you something.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Live and direct from Abuja, our correspondent.
Oh, let me sign out. And you have listened to the Loose Talk News. Signing out is Osagie and Over to you, Mr. Tayo.
Nigeria, the more you look, the less you understand, my nigga.
Let me just say, before any comments, right? Three of us here, we dey do reports.
Mm-hmm. Sharply now.
You have done report and presented reports. You get where your reports go be. Where you guys rejig and you guys rebase.
You go rebase
them. You rebase them because
at the
end of the quarter, guys, they look, you don't rebase them. Osagie go look and say, Osagie go look and say, Steve, I think something is wrong here. I would say, I don't know what's wrong, but this is just what it is, bro.
Now the page
it is what it is, bro.
You understand? You guys rebase. I remember, you know what we used to do that time? You know, we had targets, right?
Yeah.
And each department, when we were paused, each department had targets. Every every news desk had their target. News had their target, entertainment had their target, sports had their target. And when it's getting to the end, when I have 7 more days and I'm looking at the number, month on month, can we what is going on here? How can I not trash the month before? How am I going to supersede with these numbers? I'll just look at it. I'll say, Ayo, Messi Johnson did something 2 days ago, right?
Yes, now.
Ayo say, well, Ayo is always cooperative. It might be another person say, I'm not sure. See, Messi, go to our Instagram page. Go on, let me show you something. We'll go. I need this story. Give me a message. Because I would have written it down. One Messi Johnson story, one something, one whiskey story, one. Because you guys push the numbers back up. What the hell are you talking about? You gotta... See, that Messi Johnson story alone.
Alone is going to give you something. Yeah?
There was
100,000 views. Boom.
There's one
you don't hit your targets.
I noticed that Omo, and this our desk, we know they get views. And this is the time Bado was raining. The group that you were killing people in the corridor.
Yeah.
And I did a listicle. All you need to know about Bado. By 12 o'clock, number one story. I said, hey, this is what we are talking about.
Because the gist category The person that was running the gist category he has already done his own Metro News, and all he needed to do was just rehash all the stories from Punch and everywhere, and the thing has caught fire. Do you understand?
Bro.
The other guys now be saying, what thing I go do for my own category like this? Because you are seeing the data on the screen already. I mean, I'm coming in the office and saying, Audio, that story you did yesterday, fantastic story, man. See, great guy. I don't put pressure on everybody like that. I'll go upstairs.
Everybody will go look for listicle immediately.
But man, okay. Who has comments here? Yeah, rebasing.
No, so it's just interesting how. Okay, fine. Rebasing is something that's been like this is not the first time.
Mm-hmm.
The last time was 2014. Before then, it was 1990. It's just but they came and danced around because I followed. Like I watched the interview of the guy. Like I followed. They just came and danced around this, right? I agree that yes, we should have new ways to start calculating inflation, right? But here's the thing. Okay. So the way it is that like they have like we measure inflation using basket of items, like items, right? Mm-hmm. So to check how prices change.
Yes.
So the old basket had like items that people don't buy as much anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't include new things that people spend money on, right? So that's why you need to
rejig the basket to get an average basket, average items of baskets that people.
So thank you. So we now decided to update the baskets.
Yeah.
With this rebasing to add new items that people buy
and
also
take out
to
the old items
that people, and also adjusting the importance, the weight of some of these items. Because these items they have weight.
Yes, bread and egg will have a weighting.
Thank you.
Shampoo and some other items will have a weighting.
My problem right now is that for example, the old weighting of food and non-alcoholic beverage was 51.8% under the old methodology. Now it's 40%. The major argument here is that it does not make sense because a lot of research and insight suggests and found that
we're consuming on
food. So why are you not decreasing? But look at what they did, right? So other things also reduce: clothing, footwear, housing, electricity.
Of course, Nigerians are poor.
But this is what they did, right? Yeah. Some of the components of food and beverage, for example, were moved from item 1 to item 11, which is restaurants. So if someone has buy something like maybe an orange or something, that means you've eaten outside. Anything like you eat outside of home is like and now classified under restaurants and accommodation.
Come on, ridiculous. I mean, this you know why they're doing that? I mean, I don't know why they're doing that, but from my perspective, it feels like you have an outcome already, and then you are adjusting your methodology to get that outcome.
For example, I'm looking at it now. Like, for example, if you are a student, you're in Unilag, right? Mm-hmm. And you are renting a house, it's not in accommodation, it's in educational services.
Come on, man.
You understand? Like, so these things are just
especially when the accommodation was not in the school.
In the school,
it's outside the school. It's accommodation.
Outside the school is accommodation.
So how can you put that in
educational service? Like it's educational service. Like it's just. I'm looking at it. I'm like, what is the end goal of this?
It's because they have a number.
Thank you. Then there's an argument that when the inflation is low, it will not lead CBN to also lower their monetary policy rate, the MPR, right? Mm-hmm. Which also reduces lending
rate. Which helps. So I mean, that's a good outcome.
It helps. That's a good outcome.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, because I'm so suspicious of this man, right? I'm so suspicious. Like, I suspect Jagaban too much because he's too smart. Because when you are reading, if you are reading now 10 years ago, in 10 years' time, they're reading in that, when this man was president, the first 2 years were hard, but in 2025, inflation rate dropped from 32 for narrative. Like, you understand?
Tinubu is great with narratives, is great with outlook, is great with what's the other optics?
Optics. That is why I'm scared of this man. That's why anything that comes up, you can't.
Bro, the way they painted Lagos.
You think it's Dubai?
Bro, during the election, Abi?
Generally, how they've always painted Lagos from the Tinubu to Fashola era to.
Yes.
Do you understand? They'll tell you cleared Oshodi. Can't you see how he cleared Oshodi? You go to the Oshodi and the place is still a mess. Do you understand? Because they cleared the dirt. You cleared dirt. What is there?
I can't the one that say, no, the same Lagos ID.
No, you're right. That they used to argue in the group, and I'm like, Lagos. Like, see happen for Lagos, bro.
Lagos is so
It's just that we're suspicious of this man, to be very honest. That's why anything he does.
I'm suspicious. I don't trust it.
I don't trust it at all.
Bro, they released the report. This same MBS that we are trying to say they are legit. They released the report, and the DSS, the Department of State Security, shut down their website.
Allegedly. Invited somebody over, Abby. They invited somebody.
They invited him over. So come and calculate how MPS.
Come and show us how you calculated this thing. How is that a security threat?
Exactly. It's just interesting to see how this is happening. I just don't understand.
From 34.8% to 24.8% from December to January because you did a rebase. You know what? It's okay. Let's see what it will be at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And if it's lower, then we thank God that it's lower, which is what I would expect. So let's go from 24 because you know what these guys, I need them to do? You rebased, but you are statisticians. You should be able to tell me if we've had an increase or a decrease from 34.8 to 24.8. Is this still an increase or decrease?
Is this still an increase or decrease? Yeah. Do
you understand? Like, I need to know. So prior to rebasing, what would it have been? That's the first question. Then the second question is, did it really drop? In context now. In context now.
Is just, percentage in data. I'm not very good in maths, but it's very, 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 it's very, very, it's very, very dicey. They can use it to confuse you in terms of, for example, now, if you say a website has like a conversion rate of like 60% of people come to the website. Okay,
but only 10 people come to the website.
50% of people who came to the website last year converted, right? But this year is 70%. They'll be like, oh, good job, you've increased the conversion percentage, right? Mm-hmm. But the thing is that what happened was the number of visitors to the website dropped. Do you get? So when you just look at this percentage, you're like, what's it happen to this? So we just have to be very careful the way
numbers
data is very interesting.
Yeah. That's what they call bias, data bias. It's bias in data, and bro, like I do, part of you can cook it.
Yes.
It depends how you tell the story and cook it. You just cook it.
Football Twitter gave me one quote one time. Data is like a woman on bikini.
Yes. The data is like women wearing bikinis, right? Like what you see is nice, but what you don't see is more important.
Is also nice, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. What you don't see is more important, and that's how. And that's why, like, when football Twitter went into these like very data-focused things, right, and removed, the essence of playing football.
Yeah.
It took away some of the.
It took away a lot of elements, yeah.
The elements and just the love for football, right? Like you look at like Bruno Fernandes now, for 5 or 6 seasons now, doubles in assists and goals.
Yeah.
But then again, you look at like how he plays football and. He doesn't carry the midfield in a way you expect him to carry the midfield. This is no shade to Bruno.
Yes.
I'm a Man U
fan.
No,
he's a talented boy.
Do you understand what I'm saying? But he can't dribble.
Yeah, I guess.
He can't dribble and he can't hold the ball.
Yeah.
And he makes
which is a problem.
He likes risk. He takes too much risk.
Too much risk for
He pings the ball, and he doesn't help his teammates with the kind of football he plays.
Yeah.
Maybe, if like Bruno went to Madrid, the way Ancelotti would change his style of play.
Yeah, he will be calmer.
He will be calmer with the ball and carry the ball. So, but you look at his numbers and you look at the stats and you're like, man, the stats are amazing.
These good stats.
Yeah. So it's that. And then the opposite of that is like Griezmann. Griezmann might not get you all the goals and all the assists, but he carries the game. For me in Atletico, I don't know if Steve has his own opinion about Griezmann.
He's their talisman.
He's their talisman. If he doesn't play, it's a problem. So that's the thing about data and numbers, man. Can cook the numbers. I mean, see, guys,
well done to them.
I don't know, but that we've reported what's going on. But I don't know. All right, on to the next one. NAFDAC has sealed 3 major open drug markets: Idumota in Lagos, Onitsha in Anambra, and in
Ariaria markets.
Ariaria markets in Aba.
You know where this is going to now.
No, it's there already because I'm going to have the conversation about it. It's there's one tribe around there's in charge of this.
Around these three people.
Yeah.
That are rebasing.
They are rebasing the drug market. You understand? You have to go there. It's see, guys. I'm sorry. You go there.
You are sorry for what?
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying
because this is drugs.
What scared me about we the Igbo people was when our own person was the NAFDAC person, right?
And she was almost assassinated.
And bro, they almost killed this woman.
Yes,
in fact, I will end up saying they killed her. Like in terms, I don't know how it is. I don't know how to, but bro, that was when I knew that this fight, right, is impossible to win.
The fight for better Nigeria.
Let me tell you the fight that is impossible to win Nigeria that I have finally come to a conclusion to feel. The fight against counterfeit goods, right?
Yeah.
So you can talk about like medicine, you can talk about some other goods in the FMCG space, right? That power.
You can't fight
cannot be. So those two. These things are business lines.
Yeah.
For a group of people.
So major source of income for industries. Counterfeit
that has made people billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You are not going to end it. If you try to end it, they will end you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why they picked that woman.
And this thing can be ended, though. I'm not saying it cannot be ended.
It can be ended, yeah.
But like it takes like the president to say, I'm creating a task force. The way this thing is designed, it's not even I'm creating a task force to whatever. It is a phone call because you guys know who's in charge.
Yeah.
My guy, this is your business you're doing with counterfeit drugs and everything. Stop it.
Off farm now.
Yeah, like off it. And then they stop it. Like that's Nigerian intelligence agencies are not stupid.
They actually have the intelligence.
They know who's running it.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? They know who's running all these things. These are not people in the dark. There's a big boss jiggerman running counterfeit products on medicine and on FMCG goods. They all tie back because to run counterfeit drugs,
a multi-billion naira business like that.
You need startup money.
Yeah. You need a backing.
Think about it, guys. You want to run counterfeit drugs. You are not creating 10 packs. It's stupid.
You're creating tons. Yeah. Metric tons of that shit.
You are creating tens of thousands of packs that you are going to ship. So once you create
with
the pack,
trucks,
do you understand? You've now joined you are now a competitor.
Yes.
So you now lower your prices, right? You can say my price is X minus 100 naira or X minus 500 naira or whatever amount. You still have to ship it. You still have to move it to the right places. You still have to market it because, yes, you also still have to market it against your competitors in that the original and the other fake counterfeit producing companies. Where do you need all that money? It's startup money. Where are you getting it from? You're going to get it from corrupt.
It's done. Yeah.
Yes. And then it's not like everybody sworn to secrecy and people are not. All these people are talking. Bro,
I love them.
Criminals talk the most.
In this call, we're probably 5 calls away from knowing who runs a big whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you understand? Like we're probably 5 calls away from, this guy who I sabi want to do that. Oh, now this person did. Boom. So you're trying to tell me that the Nigerian intelligence agencies don't know this already. What is happening is that there's a lot of obstruction of justice.
Mm-hmm.
The NAFDAC boss probably wants to move harder and faster than she can move. Are you trying to tell me they are just finding out that there are 5,000 shops and warehouses today?
Osage, last year, she came out and said she's understaffed. There's not as if they cannot do these things, but they don't have enough people to hire. They don't have the funds to hire enough people.
The federal one does not have the funds to expand the agency.
Yeah.
Do you know what it costs to do a drug bust?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
the
costs
amount
a lot
of money.
It costs a lot though. In fact, they were so understaffed.
Guys.
They were so understaffed. The last time they went to the bridge markets, head markets in Onitsha, they were almost lynched because they were empowered now. Yes, now just imagine like 10 people or 10 armed men just coming to seal a market that has like 20,000 men.
They'll chase them away now.
They'll chase them away
kick you
now.
out, so. Yeah.
So that's also the problem with the security in Nigeria. With the security, they're understaffed. The security personnel,
Police
like we're underpoliced. We're underpoliced in Nigeria. You know, stuff like that. So it's a big issue.
There's a whole supply chain serving these people.
Yes, now this is organized crime. It's organized.
Yes. About giving you guys the gist of when I started going to First Act to buy drinks because I thought
you said
because I said I was not going to buy. I said I was not going to buy. I was not going to buy the drinks that we take from any Igbo-owned stores that they might be patronizing fake people with fake drinks.
And I was just looking at you when you were saying that thing because you think tribe shuns capitalism.
My brother, I learned the hard way. And I also think Nigerian brands. I don't know if brands or if what's the organization that's SON. I don't know if they also do enough in terms of.
They are not
because there's a way you can also mark original products.
Everybody is compromised. I need to explain to you. People don't. Let me explain to you. You are a head of a department in Standard Organization of Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Your salary is, let's say worst case, your salary is like maybe 250K, right?
Yeah.
Which is not.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Minimum wage, chi. But let's say you earn 200K. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
SON. You have 3 kids.
Yeah.
Right? Two of them are getting in secondary school. You know what the school fees are, right?
Yeah, especially I want them to go to good schools. Yeah.
You come to work every day. Then someone approaches you and says, we're starting this thing. Oh, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. We're doing all this. We're doing all this. A few things that we're still trying to do, but we're going to achieve it, but we're not there 100%.
We're not there yet, yes.
But as part of what we are doing, we also want you to come on board and consult for us. And then we'll pay you a consultancy fee of 500,000 every month.
Yeah.
Now you are thinking 500,000 every month. I can send my kids to this good school, at least a private school, because all the model colleges that the government created that are close to free are all bad now. I can't send my kids there anymore. So the starting school fees of this private secondary school is 500,000 per term for each child. So if I get this 500K, at least I can send my kids to school. My wife is okay with the shop. Then the 250K, at least I can be managing it because I'm also trying to build my house. Do you understand what is going on now?
Yeah.
Donald Duke explained this thing to us, corruption of need.
Yes.
This is not greed now. This guy is not stacking any money anywhere.
Yeah,
he's not flexing. On Friday night, he's not flexing. Do you know he's still not flexing? Mm-hmm. He's still taking all that money and putting it into his family and trying to escape poverty. My brother, why don't you sign all those documents?
Or look the other way.
Why won't you let them put sugar inside that tomato paste? You will let them now. You need the money. That is what is happening in this country. Everything is compromised on every level. Mm-hmm. Do you know how easy? Do you know the racket of court affidavit in Lagos alone?
Oh, I see them every day now.
You know it is a judge that is signing those court affidavits.
Yes. Like they're not meant to do those things. They're not meant to give.
It's real signatures. Yeah. Even something as deep as police reports, criminal checks, everything. You can get it on the streets. Everything is a racket.
You understand what's going on? And that's why you now start looking at how do you start reforms of all these things? It's difficult because it is embedded.
It's like a cancer in your bone right now. You can't extract. It's very hard.
People are using these things to feed. That's why digitalization of any process in any civil service is frowned upon.
You'll be almost killed. I don't know who said it. Whether it was Okojo-Iweala or Ezekwesili. They wanted to digitalize staff, the number of staff they have in each parastatal in Abuja. Bro, it took them like 10 years to do that. And I don't think that's been completed to 100% today. Because you need ghost workers. You need them now. Now,
I
if
remember
that
one
is
of our former colleagues went to work in petrol now. He was telling us now. More people. Man, no. See, one thing that really helped Nigeria was BVN. Anyways, NAFDAC says with over 5,000 shops, warehouses, and packaging stores under inspection, this simultaneous week-long enforcement exercise aims to rid the pharmaceutical supply chain of harmful medical products. Security agencies, including the military police, Secret Service, and the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, are collaborating with NAFDAC to ensure compliance. So far, 7 fully loaded trucks of suspected falsified and expired drugs have been confiscated. 7 trucks, guys. 7 trucks.
Bro, that's just minor.
7 trucks. And then you go to the store. Remember when we used to go to the store, they'll tell you, we get 2 types. We get one way cheap, you get one way expensive. 92 BD, so. I remember I used to tell my wife, if you go to any store, please buy the most expensive medicine. Just buy the most expensive one. Ask them which one is most expensive. This one, buy it. That's what it's telling.
Do you guys know that Akunyili did so much of a good job that pharmaceutical companies had to thank her that they've not seen sales like this in decades?
God,
because people are now buying from them now. They said they were now making real sales now.
Because what is happening is that.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys remember that it was fake drugs that killed Eric Arubai?
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He took fake malaria drug.
Guys, you don't know what happened. I had a photo shoot with him and Praise. We did a photo shoot. That's where I met him.
Yeah.
Great guy. Always laughing.
Great guy. Mm-hmm.
It was man, bro. Let me see if I can remember who that photo shoot was. They wore, I think, white suits or something. We had it in maybe Yaba or somewhere.
For real?
Yeah. Let me see if I can remember. Thank you. I remember. It was Eric Ubai, what's her name? Orica Goddess and Susan Peters.
Oh,
let me share with you. I was on the set of that day. Let me share with you guys. I was on the set of that photo shoot that day. That's where I met him for the first time, the Eric guy. Of course, we had seen him sing on the talent show and all of that.
The talent show, yeah.
That's where I met him for the first time. Check your WhatsApp, guys.
Okay.
I was at this photo shoot. Eric is a funny guy. Like, he makes people laugh. Yeah, he was making Susan Peters laugh all day on the set.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, this is nice.
This is where I met. I was on this set. We shot this in VI on a Saturday. It's a restaurant. So we quickly, in the morning, we quickly used the restaurant. I think they booked the restaurants. Yeah, they booked it for the shoots. A restaurant in VI. When I heard the story, I'm like, fake drugs?
Vicious.
Fake drugs?
Yeah, man.
And you know the thing? He probably just bought. The thing about fake drugs is that you can find it anywhere. It just takes one corrupt person.
Bro, it's
one
readily
corrupt
available.
Do you understand? Who's behind the counter that day? And because these guys have a whole syndicate, they can mix it. No.
Yeah, the syndicate. Yeah.
That's when they started doing the barcode thing now. That you scan the barcode or you scan the QR code. But you see, the thing about people that commit crime is that they are the most
technologically
innovative. Yeah.
They embrace technology faster than even the brands.
And
expired
malaria drugs.
People still defend these guys.
I want to even say, okay, can there be even, I don't know. I want to say some kind of ethics even within the fake drug community. Like, how can you even be ethical when you are killed? When it's drugs, it's medication. People are, come on, man.
Steve, let me give you a gist. So the old-time Italian mafia didn't want to do drugs, right? They said drugs was a nasty business. What happened?
I mean, in this, that's what caused. That's the synopsis of the Godfather. To be very honest,
that's the Godfather. The younger guy said, "Fuck it, why would not go sell drugs?"
Yeah.
When they started selling drugs, a younger generation said, "Why don't we sell drugs to our community?" Because the older guys like, "You can't sell to your community." The younger guys are like, selling to anybody, and they took out those guys. Criminals have no code. Once you are forming code of ethics, one guy is more desperate and you fuck you.
One guy is more desperate more than you. Yep.
But can I say this? Can I say this, guys? Can I say that if we allow the piration, is that a real word? Piration. Let me just say it like this: if we allow Nigerians to pirate Gucci handbags and Fendi shoes,
I wanted to go there and we laugh about it and we praise them for it.
Do you understand? I say, well, man, these guys, they quickly done this shit. Why do we have to draw the line?
Yeah.
Because you can die from fake medicine. You can't die from
fake medicine. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are two things. If you have to look at me, I look at it from two ways. You are destroying people's businesses.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
That's the first. And then you are destroying lives.
Yeah.
But ultimately, for both, you are destroying lives.
Yeah, you are destroying lives. Yeah.
Because you are shorting people's money, and then people can run out of business. And people who work in those factories that create the real bags don't earn. So that's like the long term.
Apart from Nigeria's poverty, have you noticed why all these luxury brands don't have shops in Nigeria?
I don't even like the fact, especially going back to those clothes, to clothing and shoes, and I don't even like the fact that they do those fake things and they put they slash the names of brands on it. It would be better for me if you just put Ikenna there and I'll wear it.
No, that's the thing. It won't sell.
You need that.
That's the thing.
You need that brand.
Yeah.
But
for me, you can explain the whole like brand.
But for me to buy it,
yeah.
for me to buy,
you're a minority, Steve.
Yeah, you're a minority.
I agree.
You're a minority.
I
put that thing and put Googie on it. People are rushing it.
Bro, the reason why rich people drink champagne is because poor people can't afford it, my nigga. It's your mind. It's just a mind thing.
It's that whole luxury thing.
It's the luxury thing. What it stands, what it represents.
Yeah.
So even people that buy fake Gucci know they're buying fake Gucci, but they know that at least they've written Gucci on my name, on my shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So, is there any agency that busts fake clothing and all of that?
We never see the one where they bust important things.
No
Why did you do like this?
No verse.
I don't even know that one. So.
No verse. Just verse like that.
Because it's for a country that has like problems with healthcare and stuff like that, we shouldn't be dealing with something like this because it kind of like it affects the whole system. It overwhelms the whole system. Just imagine people now start suffering from effects of fake drugs and the healthcare system that's not even adequate enough is now being overwhelmed. What happened now,
guys? What is the name of that thing they give people who are about to go surgery to go under the knife? That makes
anesthesia, like to make them sleep. Yeah.
I was watching a news report many years ago, right? And this was in Nigeria. This guy woke up from his surgery. They showed us the clip. I've forgotten the lady that was doing this documentary. They showed us the clip of the guy. He woke up mid-surgery and started crying from the pain of the surgery.
Because the anesthetics was fake.
It was fake.
Yeah.
God
damn it. I also heard somebody in Lagos who was awake all through her surgery, but she couldn't she didn't go deep into sleep because it was fake.
So she couldn't talk, but she was feeling
she was feeling it and she died from the pain or something like that.
God,
like she woke. Yeah, I've seen that story somewhere before. Like it's just.
So and this goes out to other Nigerians who are defending people who sell fake drugs. Like they are hustling now. The situation of the country is bad. They are not the only ones.
Nobody does that. Nobody defends them.
You
can't defend them.
Nobody
can't defend them.
Nobody does not do what. Steve, what is Steve saying?
Steve doesn't know this. You have forgotten your country.
Sales of fake drug that sends people to universities, that sends people to school, that people go and do testimony in church. Do you know how much tight has been? What is Steve saying? I see this thing is so connected. Nobody holy pass. There's a Fishbone movie. There's a movie about like fake drugs and all of that. It's called Fishbone. I don't know if you guys ever watched it.
No.
Nigeria movie.
Yeah, it's a short film. I think it was Anna Cole. Anna Cole that shot it. It's called Fishbone. It was shot 4 years ago. It's a really good movie. There's like a powerful drug counterfeiter who, she's above the law. It's played by what's her name? Shafi Bello, right?
Okay.
And then Etimefyong is the cop that tries to stop her.
Yeah.
It's a really good movie. It's a really it's a short film. It's just 33 minutes. I don't want to spoil it for you guys.
Is it on
I would have-
Netflix? Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
It's called Fishbone. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the link. We'll also put the link in the show description for you guys to check out. You should watch it. I enjoyed it. And I love the messaging behind it. And I really want to see, you know, this is not a shade to the YouTube movie makers who make the same love story all over and over again. I'm just saying I would love to also see more stories like this that teach something. Right?
Yeah.
This is a really good movie. Let me read the synopsis to you guys real quick. A powerful drug counterfeiter plays above the law, but it seems karma is also above the law. Yeah, it's directed by Edith F. Young. Shout out to Edith F. Young. Starring Shafi Bello, Daniel Etim Young, and Moshood Fatai. It was produced by the U.S. Mission Nigeria in association with Anako Films. So again, you see where some like bodies, right, and organizations play a critical role here. They fund this kind of movies. You know, they don't just leave it to, you can't just leave it to a director. And that's why I said no shade to like the Bimbo Ademoyes and co that are doing their thing. They're using their money to shoot their movies and they're optimizing for monetization, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So I would like to see more organizations. This is also part of your CSR mission. How do you tell stories that inspire people not to do something like this? Young man can watch this thing and say, and he was probably going to get hired or go into that whole counterfeit system and like, I've seen what's happening here. This is not something good. I don't want to do this. And then you've changed one person. So yeah, I would like to see more organizations fund this kind of movies. This was funded by the US Mission in Nigeria. Yeah, Fishbone, you guys should definitely check it out. I enjoyed it. Good acting, good story writing. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Etimet Young is solid. Is solid. And Shafi Bello is Shafi Bello, man. You can't put a price on that. But yeah, I love Etimet Young. Etimet Young is my favorite actor right now, by the way.
Oh, for real?
It's been for a minute. Yeah, it's been for a minute. He wears his emotions on his sleeves.
Face. Yeah.
I like him. I want to see more rules where they further push him. You know, I'll take him first, then I'll take DME Okola, but I'll take Etimet Young first.
Etimet Young is actually.
There's one guy called Maurice Sam. You like that guy too?
Let me Google Maurice Sam. Are you messing with me? Let me Google Maurice.
No. Maurice Sam he's the Saint Louis of our time.
Oh my God, this guy.
Do you know him? Osagie, do you know him?
Yes, now. He's the one that he's the one that played that shitty killer in the movie that
Blood Sisters.
The way they wrote
of YouTube movies now.
Maurice Sam. I've been watching him for a while now. But he needs to. He's good, but he doesn't know how to express his emotions without squeezing his face.
I don't think he's good, but that's fine.
No, he just see. You know what he needs to do? We all know. He just needs to go and do theater.
Yeah, exactly. Just go and learn.
Just go and do theater. Do 2 years, 3 years in theater.
That reminds me, Denzel and Jake Callaghan are doing Othello on stage.
That's nice.
Oh, it's on stage?
It's on stage now. Yes, now.
Wow.
It's on stage.
Those guys never forget stage now. They always go to stage.
I was looking at it. Bro, the ticket prices are mad.
How much?
Bro. Like it's expensive. Like it's like I saw something like for like $9,000 or so.
What?
That's an Oscar award winner with a bankable and with another bankable Hollywood actor now.
That's true, sure.
And I dare say that Jake will win an Oscar.
$9,000.
Yes, I saw Nike.
9,000 US United States dollars.
Maybe it's the VIP session or whatever it is. I don't know, but I saw it in an article.
Printed by the US Federal Reserve.
I have to confirm, Betty, but I think I saw it somewhere. I'm like, what? What's happening?
Anyway, you go use buy stocks. All right. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Let's get into some culture stories. Who's excited? We should be going for music break, so I'm sure you know.
All right, now let's go. Let's have one.
Okay, all right. So request show. What do you guys request? Request something.
DJ, just play anything.
Make a request. I'm in a good
play
mood.
Updates. Play Burna Boy updates.
I'm not playing that rubbish record.
God damn.
But you said he told me he just told me to make a request, and I'm requesting it.
It's still up to my discretion.
Now wow.
I'm not playing that record.
Play is a crime. Abi, what is a crime? The Rama song, the Rama jam, play it.
You see, I see when I look at Steve and your musical choices, right? You don't come off as a very surface person. But then again, I don't know.
It's not my choice. We're looking for a music. This is a music break.
Are you trying to?
I'm trying to. No.
Give me a request, not what the viewers or the listeners will want to listen to. What do you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear? When you go on your laptop now, is that what you
It's a music break. It's a music break.
I say, give me Ayo, give me a request.
You want a request?
Ronald Reagan. Play Ronald Reagan for me from Kendrick's from Kendrick's.
This guy's just party. Oh my god! You know what? Let's just move to the next topic. I'm done.
No. You told me to make a request.
It's okay.
No.
I'll play your request. Okay. You've requested. All right. Good.
Yes.
Let's move to the next topic. You've requested. I say make a request. I did not say make a request and I will play. I say make a request.
Play Ronald Reagan era for me now. Just play Ronald Reagan era.
We've been having issues though. By the way,
what issues
on Spotify, when we play like all these recent records and all those things, they always they always send like
DCME.
Yeah, but not really a DCME. They just be asking me to explain what I'm doing.
So do you explain?
I have to do it all the damn time, so I'm tired of doing that.
Is it done? It's allowed, Abi, because it's still on the.
Yeah, but I don't want too many. Right? I don't want too many. You know, it's not a strike, anyways. But I don't want to. What are these people doing? Shut it down. You know, I don't want anything like that. So.
Anywho.
So Mo no play music again.
Ronald, I asked for a request. You say Ronald Reagan. Is that what you called into a radio show and you said, "Give me Ronald Reagan" by Kendrick Lamar"? Really?
Yes, but I requested a popular record. You say no, it's too popular. That you don't want that one. That you want something different.
Ayo, make a request.
Wait, can it be from any era? Does it have to be like?
Make a request.
Yeah, they smell. That's Fela Kuti and Tony Allen.
You know what? Let's just move to the next topic.
What is wrong with this guy?
Let's just move to the next topic.
Right. Play for people celebrating their birthdays. Today play in the club for them 50 cents.
Is that what you play for a birthday? How you play in the club? You're going to play in the club for somebody.
Yes,
you look at someone you like and is in the club you play. You won't play. You're not going to play Stevie Wonder's "Happy Birthday" to you.
No.
You're not going to play.
It's not hip hop.
Come on, you're not going to play. You're not going to play every. No, I know. It's a Happy Birthday song. Hip-hop, I'm going to play a Happy Birthday song.
No. It's 50 Cent who say you should play. It's 50 Cent who say you should play.
No, I'm playing a Happy Birthday song.
No, they play in the club.
Listen, you asked for a Happy Birthday song. I'm playing it. It's fine. I got it.
Voila, dude.
This DJ now, wow.
This guy DJ.
Very many happy reasons.
I didn't like this song.
It's a Happy Birthday song.
Silver and gold are mine, so I give you my token gift. They call this small, they call this cheap, but I know you will appreciate. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns. You look so good, you look so bright, everyone is talking about you. Birthdays come once in a year, and I know you want to celebrate. Ooh, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, very, very many happy returns.
Shout out to whoever you're wishing a happy birthday to, Steve. We wish you long life and prosperity. That is the classic record you just heard from Evie Edna Ogoli, titled Happy Birthday. Released from the 1988 album Happy Birthday. Oh my god, bro, guy, just think about it. I thought that song was released in the 90s though.
Because also they played that shit for a while in the 90s, fam.
You know, that's one thing about the 90s. That song was released in 1988.
Yeah.
What?
If you ask me, I'll tell you that song was released in 1996.
Yeah.
Is it that we were so young then, or music just lasted longer during that period?
I think it's both.
Longer that period.
And it lasted longer actually, because you didn't have many artists making music that time, so it wasn't saturated.
That song is connected to a trauma that I have. There's this birthday party I went. There was this birthday party I went to when I was like 6 or 7, and they insisted that I must dance. Like I was just the only one on the dance floor, and they insisted that I must dance. And they played this record. Since that time, I hated this record. Do you get? And I'm a very
now
bad
Goli reminds
dancer.
me of the sad part of the 90s. Somehow, I don't know. And I know what happened. Is that how that song she did? That there was a video that the child was carrying the crate of egg and the crate of egg fell on the ground.
And it fell on the ground.
Bro, that thing messed my head up.
Bro, that video. Doing that when you were young it's similar to just committing murder. Like you sent you on an errand.
Yeah.
Let me say egg and it broke.
No,
I remember breaking a
egg.
bottle of, when you buy soft drinks and you return the bottle before you take a change. I remember taking the bottle back and like just the thing slipping out of my hand and it broke.
Oh my god.
Bro, the life don't end there.
I remember the feeling going back. I remember the feeling going back home.
It's death. It's the only thing worse than that is death. Like, and it's not. It's like a guillotine chopping your head off.
I'm telling you, you're like, man, that was the time, man.
I just remember when they said it's going to buy a crate of egg for £1 in 1990 or so.
Yeah.
I was living in Satellite Town then.
Yeah, the one that happens to me is they send me on an errand and I'll go and play first. Then when I get to the place, I forget what they asked me to buy.
Forget that one. You dare not come back and say.
You dare not come back.
No,
you dare not come.
Oh my goodness. I'm just looking at the credits of this record, and you won't believe who has backing vocals on this record. Michael Cree.
Michael Cree. Oh, yeah, makes sense.
It makes sense.
Guys, you won't believe who handled photography on this album cover.
Let me carry you.
Philip Trimmel.
Oh, yeah, he used to be a photographer, yeah. That's true.
Wow. You see, this is why I like, and we're not getting most of it. Well, we're now getting most of these things back because we're now working with the international labels again.
Yeah.
So for like that whole Afrobeats 1.0 era, let's just say from 1999, when them Tribe came, Remedies came, all up to like 2011, we don't have no credits.
I will go back to like the mid-90s. You can't like really find albums like on that site called Discogs. You can't really find Nigerian albums like that.
Once the international guys left, the local guys went good with documentation.
Yeah.
Look at this one. I can find who printed the album sleeves here. Posting Graphic Arts Trade Limited. It's here.
Discogs.com is a treasure for Nigerian.
It's a treasure trove.
Yeah. If you want to go and look at proper documentation of Nigerian music, at least from 1960 to like 89, 90.
That's
the place.
It's all here. You mentioned Lemigarioku right now. He actually designed the cover.
Bro, he designed after leaving Fela, he designed like 80% of the covers from the 80s to 90s. Though.
And if not that man worked on his PR most like some years back, right? Especially when he worked with Files.
Yeah, would have just disappeared.
Like people in the industry don't know him.
Yeah. This is a man who has sold a painting to the Rothschild. If anybody know the family called Rothschild, the Rothschild family.
He sold a painting to them.
There's a painting, they buy it and they put it in their vault. There's a vault where they just put all the paintings they buy. His painting is there.
God.
So you can imagine like the level he has been, but it's very quiet. The guy can pass you like this and you don't know. You just be looking at like, bro.
Now, Steve, tell me, if we played in the club, would we have this great conversation?
Why have it on I've got it and Derrick Jones.
Quick questions before we go into stuff. Let's even start with some pop culture stuff, right? So, quick question. Drake shouted out Melissa Ford on "Give Me a Hug."
Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord.
Yeah, he said, "Melissa Ford, you're a legend from the six. Hate to see you with this D sucker."
Diggs D sucker.
Yeah.
You know, I've not heard that song.
You've not heard it?
I can't. I don't like that album. I've not even gotten to that part.
Let me tell you something. That boy called Drizzy can rap.
Yeah, he can.
Give me a hug. Bars. Nah.
I just saw like a footage of them talking about it on,
See,
this is
Drake.
cheat. This is cheat.
You give Drake this kind of beat.
This is soulful sample shit.
See, this is the Drake me I like.
Yeah, this is the best one.
All I needed on this record was Rick Ross. I wonder who produced this record.
Yeah. Drake elimination, fake intimidation. Take a minute, take a deep breath, have a little bit of patience. Drizzy, you amazing, you the inspiration. You set the bar for the next generation. You Neo in the Matrix, these niggas just Nemo in the ocean. Small fish making kids feel emotion. Using you for promotion, true words have never been spoken. Niggas wanna see Rip me on a t-shirt like I'm Hulk Hogan. I appreciate the fans rocking with me, this is really just a small token. Really fucking with a visionary. Only reason I ain't got a girl and I ain't getting married, cause I'm really out here filling up the itinerary till I'm 6 feet in a cemetery. Bulletproof doors so heavy, got me rolling around like a dignitary. Funny how it's only bitch niggas that are waiting on a boy's obituary. Cause if I die, it's these niggas that become the sole beneficiary. And what the fuck are they gonna do with it? Had the girls up at 29 on stage twerking with a dictionary. Guilt trips, knock church trips when it's cold out here in February. Cause right now, shorty parachuting Molly like she flying for the military. This girl face so pretty, I can only think of fucking missionary. Fuck that, make the beat switch, turn the hoes up, give $1 million to him. Right now, I got so many villas booked, I don't like a billing to him. Dirk's boy told me Marvin's Room was his favorite song, he was drilling to it. 1,000 niggas rapping murder shit and like 10 niggas that'll really do it. Savage, you the only nigga checking on me when we really in some shit, brother. Melissa Ford, you a legend from the six, hate to see you with a dick sucker.
Whoa.
You see that beat switch?
And he was still on his tempo.
That beat switch.
He just continued, man. That's technique right there, Sha.
Drizzy. All right, so give her a shout out.
You also give her flowers.
Apparently, on the next episode, he timed it. She got flowers. She's loving it, and all of that. And what do you think about? And I'll tell you this, and I'll bring it back to like us and just how we are and how we interpret stuff. What do you think about loyalty, guys? In terms of your enemy does that to your friend, and your friend is very cavalier and excited about the whole thing. She's changed her bio on her social media platform. She's put the legend in the 6 there, and all of that. Do you think? And I think the latest episode there was some sort of tension, and Imani was even like, "You shouldn't even take the flowers," or like, "What are you doing?" You should, and all of that. Do you think? What do you guys think about loyalty? If you have a friend who you consider as your friend, right, and then you have another person who's your enemy, right? You have a falling out. That person is your enemy. And then you see your friend, who you consider a close friend, hanging out with your, in air quotes, enemy. How do you feel about it? Where do you take loyalty to? How do you define loyalty?
In the case of Melissa Ford and Joe Budden and Drake, I don't think it's the real issue. I don't think is a very delicate issue in terms of is a life and death situation, or is a very, very important
context for that. Drake has dated Melissa Ford.
Yes,
that's the first context. The second context,
Drake has dated Melissa Ford.
Yes, they dated for a short period of time. That's the first context. The second context is that Drake went and dated Joe Budden's ex to spite him.
Yes.
Although Joe Budden and Melissa Ford are not dating and have not dated.
I know. I've not dated.
So I wanted to put that context there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I think Joe Budden should be able to be emotionally intelligent enough to know that Joe Budden and Melissa Ford are not friends.
They're actually friends.
They are colleagues.
And that's why
like, they do a podcast
friends.
together.
No. He's friends with her and give her a leg up and brought her on the podcast. Yeah. And from there she's been able to now build her own rep again. And
Her second coming.
Come back again.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's a real issue. If it's a real issue, 100%. I don't fuck with anybody who does not like who my friend does not fuck with. Like it's not even, especially if I don't like, it's not even negotiable. Like if my friend is not cool with someone, because this is my friend, like I don't have any business with that person. So it's not as if the person is my enemy. The person is just out of my consciousness. Like I don't like, the person does not bother me. I don't come into the person's space. The person does not come into my space. It's not as if I'm making any conscious effort to become an enemy also. No, I just get like, the person is not my business, out of my business, right? So that's how I move. But in this case, I don't think it's just a really. I don't understand the Joe Budden and Drake diss,
I think it is because what Drake is also doing is cynical. It's not random.
It's not random.
Do you understand? It is also not random from Drake. It is cynical.
Because he knows that this would trigger something in Joe Budden.
This will trigger something in the group.
Yes. He knows.
I think Joe Budden should just be emotionally intelligent enough to know how to navigate it and not to be.
Joe is not that kind of guy. Joe carries his feelings on his.
Yeah, he's very emotional too.
So he doesn't know how to...
And another context. This is why the first female host, was kicked off the podcast. Many years ago, Marisa
Mendes. What happened?
It was the whole, when he went on the whole run, the whole views thing, and when he first had the beef, and then she went and hung out with him or something, and it was you are not on my side, so bounce from the podcast. Do you understand where the context is coming from? Drake is trying to do it again.
Yeah.
So that's where my own concept is coming from, and so. Like, okay, great. You gave your answer, Steve. Ario, what about you? Where do you like place loyalty in terms of yourself, or how demanding another person can be in terms of loyalty from you, or like just being a third party in the whole thing? Where do you see yourself? And
for me, loyalty is very key. I feel it's very key in relationships. If there's a situation where your man is not working with another person and like for me like a real issue, I can't be fucking with you, my guy. We can say hi, we can say hello, but to now be like, hanging out together, chilling out together is not my type of way. I won't have a small circle of friends anyway, so at the end of the day, it is what it is. I've been in situations where, I've entered some rooms and they'll be talking about Osagie and not in the most favorable light. I'm like, bro, that's my guy. That is still my guy at the end of the day, whether you want to say, whether you believe, whatever you think about him, So me, I don't just roll with those. I believe so much in loyalty that, if I am not riding with this person, I don't believe you two should be like chummy, overly chummy. But guess what? People are not like that. So if you want to be chummy with somebody that, is not riding with this person, not riding with that person, it's fine. But I won't just be on the same wavelength with you anymore. That's it for me. I believe that if you are loyal to somebody, if you call somebody your friend, this is my person. Then when issues happen, be on the side of that person. It's not hard. It's just, but again, it's Drake. And the shout out from Drake can do wonders for your, even what Joe Budden podcast are not done, can do wonders for your career. So, hey,
the shout out from Drake gets you like followers, it gets you like mentions, it gets you like another
interviews,
set of audience.
Because guess what? Gen Zs are looking at her like, who is she? Then they're going to stumble on the game record. She was popping back then. So, bro, I get it, bro. If you are chilling with Joe Budden and apparently you have a relationship with him, bro, I think receiving followers from Drake, it can be a little bit of, or changing your bio. It doesn't look good.
If I'm Melissa Ford.
Yeah.
If
I'm Melissa Ford, I ain't rocking with it, man. Especially when I know it's not genuine. If it's a genuine thing where, if it's a genuine thing where,
right?
If it's genuine, it's cynical, and you should be able to see that this guy's trying to put a wedge in between me and my guys.
I'm
not rocking with it immediately. Hey, thanks for the shout out. Let it be that.
And let's move on. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Which is what all the other Kendrick associates immediately do when it's Daylight has worked with Drake now. He has worked with Drake now, but he's West Coast. He's Kendrick.
West Coast affiliated, yeah, definitely.
Caesar. Do you understand?
It's till I die. Because I understand they put you on.
Caesar and Drake have dated. She didn't sit in the middle and say, "Oh no."
No, she's
This
gangster
is
for
my-
that. She's gangster for that.
When I was like some years ago, the way I used to approach it was, oh, this person has issues with this person. You know what? I'm going to be in the middle and try and even mediate it and see if things can get back. Because that's the kind of person I am. Let everybody be chummy and with each other and everything. But now, to be honest, guys, if two of you on this podcast have an issue with somebody, I have an issue with the person.
Yeah, 100%.
That's how I see it. And that's why I don't have plenty friends.
Yeah.
And I demand the same thing.
100%.
Cut you guys know. I don't talk to some people. You can't tell me somebody said something and made me not get a gig. And then I still see you hanging out with the person and you consider me. You are the enemy of the states. I'm sorry. Will Smith, 1997.
Classic movie, by the way.
A classic movie, thank you. I think that's the first movie that we watched that we understood the concept of
surveillance.
Surveillance, yeah.
The guy said, "What are you to do with your mobile phone? Throw that shit away."
It's been long I saw that movie. It's been
I
long.
I think I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah,
I have to watch Enemies of State again. Yeah.
I've only watched that thing once in my life.
Because my favorite line, I use that favorite line. You are the love of my life. You and Janet Jackson, something like that. When Will Smith was telling his wife, I use that line to my wife. I say, "You're the love of my life. You and Rihanna," stuff like that. That was when Rihanna was not
probably knock you on the head.
That was when Rihanna was not following that foolish boy. But now I think I have to look for another
person. Yeah, just
another
put terms there now.
No. If he's a Nigerian, he has to be an Afrobeat artist.
Ah, God.
That's a good one. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that and all that. All right, let's get into this. Wigwe Estates. Family drama, guys. Family drama.
In this life, you reap what you sow.
Oh, yeah,
man. This is an African magic movie. It's crazy, man.
This is what you call super story.
This is super story.
Yeah, this is a super story.
Where is Patience Ozokwe in all of this?
Minding her own business. Now she's born again.
No, okay, I'm talking about in a real Nigerian, like real Nollywood setting. You get?
Oh my God! Shout out to Essence.
It's a super story. A life of precious stone.
Bad money, I'll buy this franchise.
Yeah, the strong franchise actually.
It's a super story. This is super story.
All right, man. Super story. So what's going on with the Wigwe family? The father
of... The 90-year-old father.
Okay, let me read this news story, then we can do some backstory. Steve, are you going to give us the backstory? You're the lead researcher.
No.
You're not giving us backstory.
Well,
there's no backstory, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. An appeal has been lodged to challenge a ruling by the Lagos State High Court in the ongoing legal battle over the estate of the late Herbert Wigwe, former group managing director and CEO of Access Bank. The appellants, Shingle Wigwe, the late banker's father, and Christian Wigwe, his cousin, are contesting a February 6, 2025 decision by Justice Olayinka Adeyemi. The appellants argue that the trial judge made an error by denying their request for interim relief pending the resolution of the primary suit. In the notice of the appeal filed on February 13, the appellants outlined 10 grounds for contesting the ruling. They contend that the trial judge incorrectly found that the relief sought in their interlocutory application were essentially the same as those in the main suit. You see the problem with like reporting nowadays? This is like some legal jargon, right? I need it just explained.
Break it down. But don't break it down.
Yeah. So while I was looking for this story, this Punch reported something very similar. And so you're reading it and you're like,
yeah, like what's the meaning of this and all that, bro?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
I want to say something, right? This thing that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
I've seen there's somebody I know who's been consistent in trying to label like mass media as some sort of like crap and mediocre mediocre work, right? Anytime you see that, like somebody that we know, but I don't want to like mention the person's name or even give credence to what he's saying or something like that. But I want to mention that people also have this view that when you are serving this mass market, it means that the quality of work is low or like
it's compromised.
And people don't understand what it takes. That it takes a lot of high intelligence to even do that.
To simplify the most complex things.
This thing you are saying, I'm breaking. Yes,
Right.
my line is breaking. My internet is unstable. I don't know why. Right? This thing you are saying requires high intelligence because it requires you to understand this thing and break it down in a language that in a simple language that people can understand. And what helps you do that is just intelligence and understanding what the concept of what you are interpreting. The problem here is that the person does not just understand it. The person is just lifting a concept and just putting it in an article and say, "Oh, figure it out yourself." Right?
Yeah.
So when someone does that for the mass market and the mass market is following and the person captures the mass market and the mass market engages with the content, you feel like it's mediocre work or it's low quality. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. So it just reminded me of the thoughts I was having over it, with this comment that you made. That's why I just had to mention it.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, right, now let's go into be apologists. What is happening is the late Herbert Wigwe passed away in, I believe, January 2024. I believe, January. About January 2024. So, and he passed. He died in a helicopter crash in the U.S. along with his wife and his son. Right, 3 of them passed away. I think he left a family behind. His daughter, who's around 26-year-old, and I think 2 minors, right?
I think he had another son.
Yeah, I think like 2 minors or something. I'm not sure. I think so. So based on what I've been reading, but there've been a lot of drama. Drama being that his family members are contesting, I believe, a will. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're contesting a will. Yeah.
They're contesting a will. They're also contesting access to the minors. I read that somewhere as well. Let me just break down what I read everywhere, guys. I'm sorry. We've been trying to dig this story, but it's not been easy just figuring out what is going on. And so okay, here comes in Ige Mokwede. Apparently he's also in charge of like the estate in a way, or ensuring that what the will
stated
is
carried out,
is executed properly, right? And so there's now a rift between him, the daughter they left behind, the 26-year-old, right, versus the family members.
Yeah, the extended family.
The extended family, right? So the first thing we heard about this was that the 90-year-old dad, had a court injunction trying to stop something, and this had to do with properties and a couple of other things, right? And I think this is the feedback from the properties, the court injunction, and so they now did put in an appeal or something, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, the apologist is that man has died along with his wife. Family want a piece of the bread, but apparently the bread is already assigned and willed to the daughter.
To his 3 remaining, he has 3 remaining children.
To the remaining children, one being 26, so she isn't a minor anymore, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know how to.
This is an embarrassing story.
Yeah, I mean, the good part is that he actually did write a will and set everything in order, and then somebody can go ahead and execute it. Steve,
that's my biggest problem with all these things. I'm not really very familiar with this story. I've not followed it very well. Mm-hmm. Because I feel like it's an embarrassment to who Wigwe was, like a man of class, like that he was. He carried himself so well that he didn't deserve any all these things that's
an embarrassment to him, but not his fault, right?
Not his fault. Sometimes an embarrassment to the legacy that he built. He's done everything right. If there was a will, why then is there an issue? Why is there even a court case? What's happening? Like, why is it that there's a will and we still have issues with like legacies and estates and properties and money left by somebody who was wealthy before, like a wealthy person who died, right? Why is that an issue when there was already a will? If a will has been there and has been established, why is there also like always a problem?
I actually think this is very on brand.
Yeah,
for like in Nigeria, and I actually think this is even one of the good cases. I don't think if any Nigerian billionaire dies that is as popular as this, that there will not be some drama going on, because it is very much a Nigerian thing.
Abiola has drama till today now.
No, that one is a mess. Do you understand? With the amount of children he fathered and all that's a mess. You know, this is even more controlled and all of that. And like Steve said, it's a pure embarrassment for someone of this level that was the CEO of a bank.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That has branches outside the country. You would expect that the way things are handled, and I'm sure like Aige, Mokode and God, they are trying to handle it well, but you would expect that the family would even try to honor his memory, you know, the late Herbert, and keep everything in-house, peaceful and, you know, in-house, and then you can sort everything out. But you see, the problem is we do something that is fundamentally wrong in life. We actually place the value of family over what human character is.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Guys, after Mr. Niger D, for a human being, everything you expect from that is what it is. I don't know if you guys get me. Movement, respiration, nutrition, irritability, growth, excretion, reproduction, and death. Every other thing apart from that, if you get it from someone, you're lucky to get it.
Very lucky. Irrespective of whether the person is your family or not.
Family or not. Is a human first before. And humans do what? They optimize for 3 things first before any other thing: food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
And that is what we are seeing here. I don't think, from my perspective, maybe I was raised or whatever, that I'll be looking at my brother's property
and envying it
and saying, if this guy passes away, God forbid he won't pass away, I pray he doesn't pass away, but if he passes away, I should have a piece of that action.
Yes, since he's my brother and the world belongs to our family.
Or I'm my child now. When I'm old and God forbid my child passes away, and I say I need a piece of that action over my child's child. Do you understand?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No matter what the money is. And I can say this now because I'm confident to say it now. I don't need a dime from anybody. It's entitlement. That's what it is.
It's entitlement.
It's entitlement.
And it's also, let's not forget, like you mentioned, the firstborn right now, the lady, 26, is the one that basically will control affairs now because she's no longer a minor, right?
Yeah, and I'm so happy she's 26 and not a minor.
I'm sure their POV is, she'll go and marry and take all our sons' wealth to another family. That is another angle.
It's not your wealth.
It's not your wealth. Herbert worked for his own money. If he decided to share the money out with you, he did that out of the kindness of his heart. Your brother's money is not your money. Nigerians have to start knowing that. Or your sister's money is not your money. They don't owe you anything. But in Nigeria, we have that notion that, if my brother or sister becomes a millionaire to a billionaire today, I don't have to work again. God has blessed him for all of us in our family. So we don't need to work.
Did you hear what the sister said? I saw
that ridiculous interview she gave. Yeah.
Look at how she even gave. You know, it's just embarrassing on all levels.
Even the content.
Let me play the interview for you guys.
Tenants are post.
Steve, go fix your internet, bro.
Should I go fix it? Okay.
While I play this video.
All right.
You can see what our enemies have done. People we thought were Habat's friends, people we thought were Habat's brothers, they have actually really, really let the family down. Daddy and mommy trusted them implicitly, and we've come to see that they were not what we thought they were. And so because of it, Daddy actually fell ill. We almost lost him. Mommy broke down because of the trust they had reposed so much in them. So it's made the journey really, really difficult and heart-wrenching for them, because these were people Herbert drew really close to and brought home as his friends. So that's the journey we've been on. It's been difficult. And if you've watched over time and watched me there, you heard yesterday, they came here to the village with no due respect to the family. They didn't even as much as come to see the family. They wouldn't even let us into the gates. They muzzled my brother Emeka. They treated him very badly, threw him on the floor. The car almost ran over him 3 times. They tried to hit him with their car. And when he muzzled himself, when he was able to release himself and defend himself, and out of frustration, he threw a blow. And that was a picture they took. And then at night, they arrested my brother for fighting with the DSS. But nobody took the picture of when he was almost crushed by cars 3 times over. So we give God the glory. We've come this far. We feel really, really victorious, because at the end of the day, guess what? The event went on. Emeka was released. We are here. We're able to pay Herbert, Doreen, and Chizzy their respects. And God has been glorified. The person here with a group of security officers. I hear Herbert's daughter was there, and Herbert Tochi, he brought Tochi, and Uche, Wigwe, my cousin Herbert, brought along and took as his brother, supposedly to be the family face, in anything he did. But they came in with security officials, nothing less than 10 cars. Security officer. We came in here, there were masked armed men. And you begin to wonder if you actually came to drop rates and pay respect. Do you come with up to 10 armored vehicles with security staff, with guns, to the family, and not even as much as go and pay the elderly people any form of respect? That wasn't done. So that is really where we found ourselves yesterday. They almost crushed him on the floor. He fell on the floor. The car almost ran. Somebody pulled him out, then he got out, and then he ran, they got him again, and he fell on the floor on top of the car. They were hit, somebody pulled him out, and then they muzzled him, and he tried to, the last person that held him was when he hit the person out of frustration, and that was how he was said to be fighting with the DSS.
It really has taken a toll on your mom.
My mother used to call Herbert her Tony Blair. Herbert was the...
All right, man, shut the fuck up. All right. Okay, so guys, first thing that sounded awkward to me here was he said Herbert's daughter and didn't call her by her name.
Yeah,
that was weird, right?
As if she's a stranger.
That was
it's
weird.
Because she's a woman, Sha. I think because it's Herbert's daughter. If it was a 26-year-old son,
they will treat it differently.
They'll be begging him.
The energy will be different.
A young lady.
Then yeah.
I like the fact that she has people surrounding her right now who are in control of the estates. And
bro, the thing started from the church service when she sat down. People came to greet her and they were shaking her while she sat down. I already started seeing tweets and stuff saying, why can't she get up? What kind of disrespect is this? Did you guys see that thing back then?
I didn't see it, sir. But the way we treat women in this country is so appalling.
Bro.
This woman, this young girl, this young lady just lost her parents and her brother.
And her brother. The traumatic experience she's going through right now.
We're not even talking about that too.
We're talking about decades of trauma.
They've not put
at 26, if I lost my brother, if I lost my mom, my dad, and my sister or my brother.
In an accident like that.
In an accident,
you will never forget it. Bro, you will never forget it.
My dad passing, I'm still
once in a while, yeah.
It's still coming back of recent. As I'm growing older again, I'm just thinking about a few things. Then you bring all this drama to her doorstep. Because of what? She keeps explaining, and her brother, the car almost... What was he doing there? What happened? What led to that? Because I watched the footage. He was being disruptive.
Yeah. I think they were going to Wigwe's residence, and I think they were there to block... I don't know, but what was your business there?
If you didn't have any interior motive, why are you worried about the security presence?
I don't understand.
Why are you worried?
Because actually, somebody of that girl, from the kind of family she's from, if she's making that kind of trip, you need security. We all know this is Nigeria.
Wait, I'm the son of Herbert Wigwe.
I'm
Bro,
the daughter of Herbert Wigwe. I'm
sorry,
packing
daughter
up.
of Herbert. Me, if I'm personally the daughter of Herbert Wigwe,
And I'm going back to the east. I'm packing up, bro.
I'm bringing Robocop.
I'm pulling up, man. Drones
Like
and everything.
Robocop. You know Robocop, right?
Yeah, nah. Yeah.
10 Robocops. Just protect him. Bro. What are we talking about here?
You're not helping a young woman grieve. But you're looking for how you will loot.
And then they're proxying a 90-year-old man who just lost
his own son,
his daughter-in-law. And then they're proxying a 90-year-old man. Do you think he's that 90-year-old man that said, file the court injunction?
No.
Do you think so?
The man is probably seen that by now, sir. So they're hiding behind him because he's the father of the family. He's the head of the family.
This is appalling. Did you hear Herbert's brother talk about him at the service of songs that they did?
No.
The service of songs last year or
you guys didn't this year, the one that happened this year in Isele. Did you hear him talk?
No.
Bro, I heard this shit. I won't
Where
say
is
this.
Isele?
I won't say this.
River State, like River State.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I can't say this to my enemy. Listen to this.
I couldn't do a thing without him. So we shared too much. I mean, we shared so much. I would feel out of place to come here to start telling you how good Herbert was. I'll sound like I'm patronizing him. But Herbert is who he is, and I know him for what he is. And unfortunately, like it or not, I really can't. I can't do without. I can't see wrong in him. Even if I told you I saw wrong in him, if it comes to brass tracks, I'll stand up for Herbert. So I just can't. I just need you to know that I just have a duty to stand up for Herbert in all forms, you know. And I say thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody, for this. And I just pray we could all stand as one big family, one really big family here. Everybody sounded so passionate about him, so deep about him, and it's been very, very encouraging. I mean, having to see the attitude towards my parents, the love and affection shown to my family, it's incredible. I feel on top of the world. You know, I tried crying, because it's unbelievable what happened to Herbert. You just can't comprehend it. It's like a fiction story that it could never have been written by the best scriptwriter in Hollywood. It's a dream. How does it happen? He had everything going. He had everything going. He was religious. You know, I keep saying to people, couldn't something speak for Herbert in the spiritual realm when it was going to happen? Couldn't something say, hey, this gentleman has done this, let it not happen? So it just tells you, I mean, we're all as vulnerable as the next person. Yeah. And, you know, we're all vulnerable, and I think we should just share in the memories of Herbert in all that he stands for, in all the good he did, and let's build it and make a better world for every one of us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, this video I'm watching, as it got to the later part, they came on stage to get him off the stage.
Shout out to Ike, man.
Like, he came on stage to, you know, like, console him, but basically, like, get the fuck off the stage.
And
some crazy stuff going on here, man.
So is there no person in that family also? I'm talking about the same family.
Sorry, just to explain, what was the issue with the video? Sorry, I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, me, the issue with the video. Like,
the issue with the comments.
No, it's not the comments. He wasn't even solemn. The way he was just freaking talking.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah, very lackadaisical. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay.
So you can't even articulate your thoughts enough to say the impact. I mean, again, this is just a clip, right? It's not the full.
I understand what you're saying.
Not necessarily.
Send me the video too. I've not seen it.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, but man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like it's just a shame that nobody in the extended family has the common sense to say, what are we doing? You would think that woman who was Wigwe's sister, as a woman, should understand this thing. But surprisingly, it seems she's a co-conspirator, a huge co-conspirator in this thing. At the end of the day, it's just weird, and it's just unfortunate.
The biggest pushers of patriarchy in Nigeria are women and men,
bro.
Not men only.
At the end of the day, I think we're also dealing with a lot of media reports that I don't know how like how authentic they are.
Fair enough.
There might be other things that are really happening, but all I
Fair
have to
enough.
say is that the drama also is so on the like Wigwe, the legacy that he had.
Fair enough. I understand Steve's
that
point.
he had he was as a person, like who he was as a person, does not deserve this whole mess and controversy happening in his name and in his property and what he has left behind. I just urge everyone to, all of them, to just look for better ways to just resolve this and move forward with class, which we often
Steve,
identify with.
this your prescription is not prescribing. I don't like the way Steve is doing this prescription. It's a very Nigerian thing.
Man is this. If there's a wheel, follow the fucking wheel. Finish.
And deal with the problem. I don't like when Nigerians do this thing where they say, guys, we need to make sure the things is. What is the issue? How do you solve it? Stay away.
The problem is that I don't know the issue. That's the thing.
Okay.
The issue is
it's just
follow the wheel.
It's the media report.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't want to associate this with Wigwe. So just let's end this all. Let's end it and move on. Like everyone, they should make everybody just guess sense. Make everybody do normal. You don't understand?
Yeah.
That's the.
I know what needs to end. Your shitty internet needs to end right now.
It's not the internet, and I'm not sure it's the internet. I think it's my computer is like is in that state where he just hangs and stuff like that.
All right, don't worry. We'll make enough money to buy you a new. What do you want? You want the new one, the M2?
Whatever my admin wants.
No, you're the lead researcher. What do you need? Because now you might even want to go and do, go into the metaverse. What do you need? To go and look for stories. I've not heard metaverse in a while.
You don't tired then.
Deep.
I've not heard metaverse in a while.
They won't kill us.
2020, 2021, metaverse. Hey, people were buying land in the metaverse.
People were buying clothes in the metaverse.
Oh boy. More. This life, Anyways,
NFT.
I saw this clip from Cess. I want you guys to listen to it.
This extremely dark cloud. And I told my wife, I said,
all right, let's play it from scratch.
To the UK, I felt this extremely dark cloud. And I told my wife, I said, this is like the despair of the people has accumulated and formed a cloud around the UK. And it is also being institutionalized in such a way that now understanding the spiritual work of things, if you really understand how the spirit realm works, you understand that is the function of the principalities, is that they exercise authority over a territory and they curate the reality and the experience of people in that society. Now having that knowledge, I know that is probably the MO of that principality of that place. But I need people to understand that the UK is not just vibes. There is a system that has been put in place. It's been systemized. The
spiritual apparatus that has now been institutionalized.
The depression is systemized, and it's weird because they've made it comfortable. You are in the despair, but you have accepted it because it's comfortable. From the first day I entered into the country, I felt it so strongly, and I told my wife, this is one thing, this is I'm feeling this, we have to deliberately fight it. But because the system is designed in such a way that there's the stratas to the society, right? So, and I just saw the pattern, because I'm also a student of the spirit, and so I'm very, very particular about patterns. And so I saw that the society is divided in such a way that a particular set of people have a particular set of experience. When you come into the country, this is the limit this is the best you can be. This is almost like a rite of passage. When you come in, you must do this, you must do this, you must do this, you must work in warehouse, then you must do care jobs, then you must struggle, then this is the peak you can be. You will just be like, and so I saw it.
Making it.
Yeah, and so I saw the patterns. I'm like, okay. And I spoke to like 7-8 people, and they all had the same reality. Like, oh, I started a warehouse and I did it. And then this person I started a warehouse. I was like, oh, okay. And so for me, I just had that cursory, like, this is how this society is made up. This is the reality of this society. And this is what people are actually battling. But they don't even know they are in a battle. They don't even understand that there's a spiritual dimension to it. Like, there's a principality at work that is.
Shout out to Cess. And shout out to the Black Flame Pod, Pod, hosted by Gaze Baba. Shout out to Gaze Baba. Yeah. I haven't talked to him in a minute. Hope he's doing well. But he has this podcast called Black Fame, Black Flame, right, where he interviews like guests and everything. Got a couple of interviews. You can always check them out they have their clips on Instagram. Black Flame Pod, the Black Flame Pod. I think season 2 is out. So they have Cess, I think ID Kabasa, a couple of other people. But shout out to Gaze Baba, musician, media personality now. Great guy generally. This clip is very interesting. I stumbled on this clip and how will I put it? Shout out to Cess, great guy, fantastic producer, everything. I believe he has relocated now and he's just speaking about very smart. He's talking about his own experience, with traveling and all of that. And also, he's put like a spiritual connection to it because I believe he's also found his faith. And like he said, he's a student of
the spirit or
the scripture.
Yeah, the scripture.
And all of that. I want to hear you guys take on it. I'll have my own take on it. For someone like Steve, who recently traveled, and Ayo as well, because you have friends, you know people, and you also, from your own perspective, how you're seeing things.
For me, I think what I resonated most with was how principalities dominate a certain area and dictate a certain area. So if you understand the way the spirit realm works, there are demons and angels all around you, right? And there are princes. So princes are basically the demons in charge of a place. Not to go too spiritual or biblical. There was a time where Daniel was praying for something and he was kept praying and the thing didn't happen, right? Then finally an angel came to him and the angel apologized that I would have been here earlier, but the prince of Persia was the one that held me back. So the angel was saying that he was fighting with the prince of Persia and Daniel was in Persia at that time. So the way he's talking about it right now, that, once you get to the UK, and I guess he's in London anyway, you can feel a certain kind of spirit, a certain kind of energy. I believe that totally. There are reasons why if you go to a certain place in this world, the energy is different from another place. There are principalities there, that angels and demons literally fighting. Whether on your behalf, you don't know, but it happens. So understand that. The strata he's talking about, I really don't know because I don't live in the UK. I'm not in the UK. I do have family members who are professionals in Nigeria. And when they move to the UK and you hear the kind of jobs they do, you now begin to wonder why. Because it doesn't really, to me, if you are earning 450, 500, you're now going to the UK to now start off as a caretaker. That is kind of baffling to me. I understand that maybe our professional certificates and our degrees here are not well respected abroad, but it doesn't make. I believe that you should be well equipped before you travel, and I believe that a lot of Nigerians are not fully well equipped when they travel, and they think that the vibes and inshallah that they do here is what they will do in the UK or anywhere in the world that is serious, and it doesn't apply like that. There's a reason why charters are there. They need to set their economy in a certain way for it to work. So you cannot just go there and just say, I was a bank manager at Oceanic Bank in Nigeria, so I want to become a bank manager at Barclays. It doesn't work like that at the end of the day. And it's a system. If you do not have the qualifications to get a certain job in that system, you're going to be downgraded to become a manual laborer or something like that. And there is emphasis on financial discipline over there too. You pay tax, you pay for heat, you pay for water, you pay for everything. It's not like in Nigeria that if you don't have light anymore, you can call one electrician to help you toss the line so that you can bypass NEPA so you can still be enjoying electricity. It doesn't work like that. So maybe that was like a cultural shock for him, but I also understand the spirit element as well.
Thank you very much for that submission, Ayo. First of all, I am actually blown away that you went into a conversation about spirituality to that extent. I don't know, Steve, if you were surprised.
I was surprised. And I liked it.
People are always surprised, but actually, there's some stuff in the Bible that, like, bro, did you know that this is the cocoa you're dealing with? Like, this is the reality of everything. Yeah, but now one of our skills, once in a while, we just throw on like.
Yeah, I need you to speak more about that because maybe that's why people say I should shut up and you guys should talk more. Do you understand? Like, I didn't know you would. That was very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I read 2 books, and those books, and these are fictional books, But it just opened my eyes to the fact that demons are all around us, and angels are all around us too. And angels cannot help you unless you pray. That is their command. You cannot, and like as many people know, we all have guardian angels who work on our behalf that we don't know about. And if you don't pray, your guardian angel is just there chilling, and demons are just doing whatever they want to do. So yeah.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Steve, do you have any thoughts?
I think my thoughts are simple. I would say immigration of any sort, for mostly is a very humiliating experience. At the end of the day, what drives you is your purpose. Why did you do it? Why are you doing it? Do you get? In Nigeria, whatever you were, it took you some certain level of. It took you some time to get there. It took you some level of work, understanding the system. It's a country that you grew up in, so you grew up in a system that you were very familiar with, but it still took you time, right, to get to where you were. So I don't believe in going somewhere else and just immediately start. That's just how you can see that philosophy, how I approach life in terms of even football. This has nothing we're talking about. Oh, if Atata doesn't win a trophy this year, I should go. I don't agree. Like I feel there's a process to everything, right? And sometimes I feel the philosophy, thinking, that belief also holds me back in a way, right? In terms of not taking some certain steps because I think it's not time. And I see people just jumping into it, and maybe it are successful sometimes, they're not successful sometimes, But I don't allow, even when I think about it, I don't allow those things to influence what I believe in or how I live my life. I just believe that it takes some time, it takes some process, it takes some work, some work to get to where you are going to be. And these are part of the things that you have to deal with: depression, doubts, not believing in yourself. These are things that are along the way. These are part of the process. These are things that are part of the process. There's a time you start doubting the decision that you made. Is this the right decision? It happens. It's part of what life serves you in that process. And it's something that you have to deal with. And this is what defines you as a man or as an adult, or as a woman, right? It defines you. It builds up your belief system. It builds up it makes you more steadfast. It makes you more, gives you more, how do I put it, more authority and more believe in yourself. Because if you pass through some things, you now believe in yourself that, oh, if I dealt with that, nothing else faces me. Do you get? So it's a process. I think people struggle with it. A lot of people don't know how to deal with it. I think that's also what Sex is alluding to in his in that video, without me making much reference to the spiritual part, which I has done a very good job with. That's just my summation of Ceci's thoughts and his own story.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think both of you make interesting, fantastic points that I agree with. You understand? The way we also have to look at it is some culture shock going on. There's some culture shock going on. You're moving from the tropics to a region that is less temperate, right? That also observes different seasons, at least 4 seasons. Those each season also has inspired or influenced how people react, what they wear, how they communicate, and it's different. So it's a lot of culture shock going on as well. So when he talks about the gloom and all of that, and he can tie it to the spiritual part of it, which I'm not going to object to, but it's just culture. You understand? You go out and nobody greets you. Or the place is dominated by white people.
A certain level of people, type of people.
A certain race of people who do not necessarily communicate with another race, except you're in another race. Do you get? So those things exist as well. And those things lead to, especially when you've grown up in a place where you go out of your house and you interact with everybody, and then you're going somewhere and it's just entirely different. Especially like in the UK with their dry humor and
snobbish attitude sometimes.
Yeah, not sometimes. So that experience will be very different from the experience someone goes through if they travel to the US, which is like multicultural, even more multicultural than UK is multicultural, by the way, but like US is, I believe, is even more.
It's extensive. Yeah.
So there's that as well, right? Or I don't know, you go to like where I am now, it's different from the UK, but it's almost the same, right?
Yeah.
Like I get it. There's that, and then the second part it talks about like strata, systemic and all of that. Those things exist.
For a reason, yeah.
So he's spot on with that. But like he said, oh, you go through this, you do warehouse, you do this. You notice that people who come from like the primary education, they don't go through that process. Not necessarily. If they, go with good grades and all of that, the path is a bit different. So, like you said, the educational qualifications might not match you. You might not match for the job that you're trying to get, except maybe you are working in tech and
and it's more
your
like
skills
university.
are needed and you do not necessarily need some of those requisite qualifications. You get what I'm saying? So a combination of all those things. Solution to it is, one, surround yourself with people that are like-minded with you. Two, inspire you. Three, are very motivated in achieving high top results.
Yeah.
There's that. Then the other thing is you must learn how to find the happiness in everything. And I'm sure he's doing that.
Oh yeah. I think he must have found out by now. Yeah.
So there's that as well, because people I know people here that have gone through this, and it's not easy, especially when you're a people person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a people. Steve, have I ever called you one day and say, bro, man, I'm going through, I'm depressed in this place?
No, they have.
Steve, have I ever done that? Yeah, I haven't. Steve is battling his computer. I'll say, man, guy, I don't know. I'm just tired. I don't know life.
No,
that's not how I see life. But me, I know I'm different.
Yeah, obviously.
If you put me on the moon today, only me on the moon, just give me internet. Just give me internet. Yeah. I'm okay. Do you understand?
I heard of a lady who moved to Canada.
Yeah.
And the loneliness drove her to alcoholism.
It happens.
And it happens.
Yeah. It happens, and you can't put a blame on it.
Yeah.
So it's where you are in life, is what you do, is a lot of those things, a combination of all those things, and how you see life generally. How I see life is very different.
Mm-hmm. Some people go to the UK and they believe they can keep up with the same lifestyle they had in Nigeria in the UK.
It's different.
I heard of a story of a guy who moved his family to the UK. His wife was the person who they used, like she was going there on an educational basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she took the family along. And this guy, because he had change in Nigeria, when they got to the UK, they had 2 cars. They were living the kind of life and everything they were doing. At some point, because they were spending, they're taking naira and converting it to pounds, it ran out at one point. And my guy had to start doing menial jobs, 1 shift, 2 shifts here and there, to keep up with the whole Joneses. And him and his wife now are not in good terms.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Because the wife believes that, the financial arrangements that we had in Nigeria should still be the same here in the UK. And he's like saying, Mom, as I work 2 shifts, you should be able to work 2 shifts. I don't know. Yes, sir. Yes.
So there's that.
Those dynamics there.
Yeah. There's couples traveling who have a relationship in Nigeria and they travel and it's different. And that's why I tell men, treat your wives nice. Understand that this relationship is 50-50. A lot of men in Nigeria benefit off patriarchy. Just by how Nigeria is designed. And then you travel and then you realize that you have, beyond working, you also have to have a lot of other inputs in your household. And then friction and problem starts. Because you weren't used to all of that. Maybe you had Lani. You were paying, you understand? You were paying 20,000 naira to Nani because you got her from Cotonou. And you're paying 20,000 naira. And then you can't do that in the UK because, hey man, it's 16, 18, 15 pounds per hour.
You used to get your nannies. You used to get your nannies from Cotonou.
Who, me? No.
They
were Nigerian.
Okay, I was just asking because that was too specific. I don't know why.
No, it's a thing now.
I know, I'm just joking.
But see, the nanny industry, bro, that thing
is
another business entirely.
Then that the Libyans and there's this other Lebanese. There's the Lebanese.
Bro, industry. The thing is very close to travel.
That's for Ikoyi. For Ikoyi, they employ
it's
Lebanese.
Philippines. It's Philippines.
Philippines. Filipinos.
It's a thing. You know, so there's all of that going on and everything. But I wish the young man the best thing. He's a bright young man.
Yeah,
Says, if you're listening to this, you can pivot
yeah.
to anything you want to do. You can do anything. It's not late. You can do your thing. Please go and do your
Yeah.
thing. Put a smile on your face as you are doing. Do your thing, bro.
I think also another difficult thing to handle is just the humility, like the how humbling it is, to be very honest. It puts you in a space where, for example, like that things I go through now, and I'm like, man, I'll never this will never happen in Nigeria because of my status or who I was,
But you're gonna ride a fucking bicycle. Ride the bicycle,
yeah, it was some stuff so I agree with you. And also, like, back to your point when you asked me a question when I was battling my computer then about how if you've never called me, and it depends on the kind of person that you were.
Yeah.
For me, I don't have that issue. The only time in the beginning, the only day I used to feel it was Saturdays. Which was because Saturdays was like very important to me.
Go play your football, hang with your guys.
After we hang out, we talk a lot. We spend a lot of time on the pitch, even after playing.
Hours,
just hanging out and gisting hours, then go back home and start preparing for the next week, right? But so that Saturday morning was always very, very dicey for me. So what do I do now? Because there's no work and stuff. So that was the difference in kind of a lifestyle change that happened. Especially also like the closest friend I had at that time, apart from you guys, were the guys I was playing football with.
Yeah.
Right? So I missed them,
Yeah.
So that was just it. But for me, in terms of staying at home, I didn't bro. I went to see a friend yesterday and we were just laughing. Like, the guy was like, bro, when you told me you were coming, I was so sad because I wanted to come to your house. Do you get like he wanted to leave the house? he wanted to leave the house. That was the first thing he said when I got to his house.
My God.
Bro, I was so sad when you told me that you were coming because I wanted to call you that I was coming. He wanted to leave the house. So I forgot because I wanted to use the coin for the laundry. So he went to the bank before I came to his house. So he took some coins for me. I forgot it. He was like, "Don't worry, I come to your house tomorrow. I come." Like he wants to leave the house by force.
I know how it is. But you see, that's where comes in integrating.
Yes.
You got to learn how to integrate. And I've said this before. It's a working theory. I don't think people from the southwest in Nigeria are very big on integrating anywhere they go.
No, that's why Yoruba movie industry is still Yoruba movie industry.
Do you understand? I don't think they are very big on it. Where they go, they want to still be themselves, eat them.
Yeah, they found the community.
Yes, you have to learn how to integrate. So you have to, if it's a country where they're speaking a certain language, you have to learn the language and learn the culture, and then integrate further. And all of that. And it's not easy because you are an adult and you have your own.
You're stuck in your ways.
Yeah, you're stuck in your ways basically, but you have to learn how to integrate, meet people, and it's an effort that you have to put in. You have to put in some effort and all of that. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. As I was checking that, someone sent me a DM. Shout out to Lotus, aka Lotta Chooks. She sent me a DM with a post from Moriah Brown concerning Babangida, and I'm going to read it. It's a long ass post with a picture of a screenshot of African Concord newspaper on there. She then writes a message and says, "Monday morning go too sweet. LOL, can't wait." I think everybody just knew we're going to rant about the IBB thing. Okay, so Moriah Brown posted this. To go back to this, because I think this adds some context, especially because, a listener sent this. Moriah Brown, you guys know her, right? She is not just a presenter anymore. I believe she's now a producer. Moriah Afolabi Brown, now a producer at TVC. She put up a picture of a newspaper. I believe this is her father, aka Bashorun, in exile. Don't believe Babangida. He's fooling everybody. He will do the same come August. He will give silly excuses. I can't see when this newspaper was printed or when it was published, but from what I can see, it's very old. It's the African Concord. Oh, I can see it. It is 1980 or so, July 12. Maybe this is 1993. It's really old. I can't see, but it was selling for 20 naira. All right, so Moriah Brown posted this on Instagram saying, "The last 48 hours have been quite interesting. Babangida has a lot of questions to answer, and I cannot wait to read that book. My father warned Nigerians about this man." So the picture you're seeing, the screenshot you're seeing, let me send it to you guys, by the way, is a picture of her dad. Wow, I didn't even know this was, right? And then let me just continue reading. My father warned Nigerians about this man. My father did everything in his power to get this man to pay for his sins, but nothing happened. Men of valor fought with their voices, pen, and influence, yet Babangida reigned like a fearless hurricane, bulldozing all that is in its path. Many were murdered. My father was thrown in jail several times by the military led by this man for speaking against him and finally had to go on self-exile. Dad snuck out through Cotonou to get to the US. Today, he says he takes responsibility and we all should accept it and move on. Mr. President, I have the highest regard for you, but don't you think Babangida should be prosecuted for the crime of annulling the freest and fairest election in Nigeria, which eventually led to the death of many innocent lives? I saw how all of you laughed at the book launch. I'm sorry, nothing there seemed comical to me. As a child, growing up with MK Abiola, his wife Kudirat, and their children, and seeing how both our families were ripped apart alongside many others in the wake of Babangida's annulment is a trauma I can never get past. Kudirat, I know. I spent weekends in her home. I was very close to her and all the children. I was in her house, stunned when Mumuni, Heidi, and Miriam were whisked away to the US following Kudirat's death. The home that was filled with laughter and joy became a house of sorrow and pain. The picture never left my head. My father's stroke was immediately after he heard the news of Kudirat's death. He never recovered. You, Mr. President, supported my father till he died. You know the pains and the struggles, yet you laugh at the table of our tormentor. Abikadari now posts and says, I get your point and I feel your pain, but a few points. 1.1, 32 years later, God still spared IBB's life to tell his story now. To tell his story that now that he has, what are the lessons learned? What can the younger generation take from this story? What next can be done or what next steps can be taken? 2, Asiwaju is now president. Who could have predicted that 32 years ago? He is one of the few bold enough to sacrifice for today. He's been at the event and sharing his thoughts and is also a life lesson. 3, no matter how painful any experience is, we all have to heal. I'm sure your dad is so mighty proud of you, and I want to see women like you transition from journalism to politics. You can do it. All you need is courage and determination. All right, having said that, please, I just want to say this before we go on to Mariah Brown. This is the dumbest comment I've ever seen posted on Instagram.
That's like
in my entire life. Since I joined Instagram in early 2011, right? Where you could still take photos and do the filters were still funky and funny. This is the dumbest and daftest comment I've seen on any post in my entire life. And I am very sure I will not see a comment dafter and more stupid than this.
God knows why he spared his life all these years.
Do you see how Nigerians think?
That's Nigerian jargons.
I need see, guys. Okay, let me say this. Let me sit down very well and say this. I need Nigerians listening to this, especially young Nigerians. I need you to understand something. That these people are not stupid. They are criminals. They are liars. They are backstabbers. They are thieves. They are people that will protect their interest at any cost, and they will gaslight you for it. This woman bore her heart out right now and explained everything in context. What did this lady do? She freaking gaslighted her.
And Abike Dabiri should know better. Should know better.
Literally gaslighted her and told her, hey man, you should join politics if you really want to do some stuff. This journal, look at what I did. I was on Newsline.
What has she done?
I celebrate people who don't want to be... let me go into it. Let me just cut it out. But you guys get my point.
I get your point totally now. That was a terrible comment to have.
Do you understand? Read the room. But she has to do that because we know why.
Oh, we know why.
And the painful thing about that comment is that he didn't even address any of the things Mariah Brown said.
That's why gaslighting 101.
Gaslighting. Like, he didn't even address anything.
Nothing. What do you want to address there? Mariah Brown put it
his
there.
life 35 years after 35 years to say his story. What story?
Yeah. What are you saying? that's what. See, let me tell you what's going on, my brother.
Older
The people that
Nigerians.
the people that support this political party, they have now gotten to a place. We have a friend in the group. He talks less nowadays. Do you understand? Because he's run out of ammunition. Let me tell you what this political party will do if you support these guys. They will make a fool of you to the point where anything you say, you have to sound ridiculous to even speak. That is where they are, and they are supporters, and that is what. So when you open your mouth, you just have to say, because if you want to be constructive, then you will tell the truth.
Yeah,
that's where to get kicked out.
Mariah Brown, I didn't even know she went through this. I didn't know her dad was this gentleman.
There are many personal stories you can take away from the terror of IBB and Abacha, of how lives were destroyed. We can actually tell those stories, but once again, but Nigeria is not a country where we actually see things this way.
These guys were just toying. This guy was just toying with people's lives, and years later they're hanging out together, just chilling. Man.
Do you understand? Like chilling again. Just young people listening to this,
go and watch.
Go to YouTube.
Oh god!
Oh no, that drop a bomb for you. I'll drop a bomb for you, guys. Young people, older people keep telling you have a chance in Nigeria. Older people keep telling you all you need to do is just work hard
and pray.
And then they add the prayer thing to it because they are deacons in the church. Go to YouTube, watch that video of this book signing, look at everybody there, and then come back to yourself and understand that you have a lot of work to do to actually achieve something where you are right now. A lot of work has to be done. And the solution is not necessarily leave the country, blah, blah, blah. That's not it. But just understand that as you become a consumer of global media and how you see other countries in a way design systems to help their citizens move, just try to understand that there's nothing like that for you. We on this podcast growing up thought that was how it was. It was a bit too late when we realized, oh, I'm all alone here. Oh, the pension I've gathered so far is being depleted because the strength of the naira keeps weakening. So all this hard work I did and the pension that I contributed and my company contributed towards me, it's in the millions. But by the time I should have access to it, it can probably buy, I don't know, a Kindle.
It's difficult. It's just difficult. It's difficult. Speaking about Nigeria right now, especially for him, because I don't know what to. Because one, I can't pretend. I don't know. I can't lie to, like, especially young people. I have a lot of young people I speak to.
But the people that have been lying, they are tired of lying.
I can't lie to them about Nigeria, but I also can't be very, very. I can't be truthful. I can't say my truth to them about Nigeria because it's kind of like discouraging also to them.
You can't be that blunt.
Yes,
I would have appreciated.
I don't know where. I don't know.
I would have been, Steve. That's not good. I would have appreciated if somebody came to me early on and told me, bro, the game is rigged. There's no justice in this country. And cited clear examples and showed me that there's no justice for you in this country. There's not, like, if someone had come to me 20 years ago and laid it out all for me, do you think I wouldn't have appreciated that person?
Sure.
Yeah, but the journey is still the journey at the end of the day, man.
I wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't have been on this podcast.
Would it have changed anything?
Would it have changed anything? Someone came to me 20 years ago and laid it down for me and showed me the blueprint and showed me this is what's going on.
Well, you have believed.
Would I have believed?
No, let him answer first. Would it have changed anything for you in terms of how you planned your life and stuff like that?
Of course, yes. What are you talking about?
Okay. Now I understand.
What is the number one thing missing from young people in Nigeria? There's nobody to mentor them the right way.
Yes.
Who mentored you, Steve?
Nobody. Figured it out ourselves.
Who mentored you, Ayo?
Difficult.
Oh, no, try and error.
Do you understand what I'm saying? If somebody said, what do you want to do now? What's the path? What's this? This is what's going on. First of all, gave you the lay of it's like you're going to war and they tell you the lay of the land already.
Oh yeah,
that's part one. You know the terrace, you know the highland, you know the lowland, you know where to go, you know where the mines are. What are you studying? What are you studying? I'm studying microbiology. I'm studying real estate. So what the fuck is that? No, this is what to do. This is what to do. This is what to do.
Yeah.
Because when you move faster, you help the next generation faster.
So yeah,
it snowballs.
Yeah, snowball effects.
That speed now becomes times 100 of yours, and that's how it keeps going and going.
I absolutely agree, to be very honest.
So please, when you're talking to people, I know it might sound gloomy and dark. Go show them that YouTube video of this book signing. These Max Solum books. Share. Let them go and buy it. Let them read. Let them understand.
Let them understand. Yeah, because to be very honest, that to buttress your points, the opportunities that are things that decisions I made with the mindset that like with the mindset that I don't need to do that before I make it. I don't need to do this before I make it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I'd had a proper understanding of this country, I don't regret the path I've taken.
I don't regret it as well.
I don't regret it.
It's what got me where I am today. It's what got me to where I am. I appreciate it.
But I'm saying if I had gotten a clearer picture, right? I think I would have made different decisions, because you're seeing people who made those decisions which were not really maybe ethical or morally right at the time, and not that everybody's chilling, everybody's being celebrated, everybody's
chilling.
Yeah, no repercussion. There's no repercussion. Everybody's like that's also the point that me and Osagie was trying to make earlier with on the pod about right or wrong. There's so many nuances to life. There's so many, and Nigeria blurs these lines for us because you are seeing everything everything just scattered. You don't know where to place it and how to even think about it, right?
You think if someone told me 20 years ago and I understood who the fuck Buhari was, and when he was coming in power again, I wouldn't have shorted the naira.
Yeah. That's true.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and also Joe Biden is celebrating his 10th year anniversary for his podcast, and I'm looking at the fanfare and how far he has grown. I'm looking at him, I'm like, bro, this is just the dream in terms of how you can just build something and there's a system that is supporting you. Like everything is just the industry is just organic. There. Like it's just organic. You're just enjoying your life.
You work hard.
You work hard.
But you rewarded at the end.
You guys remember me sharing some the post of some guys, sharing the LinkedIn, the job roles of some guys that was working backstage
at the NFL.
At the NFL. You see, like just interesting things just happening just because of an enabling system. I'm just thinking about myself. I'm like, bro. Like.
But which company left recently? When they leave because of the how bad the economy is.
How bad the economy
Nigerians will tell you they can't compete. That's why they can't compete.
Oh, they want to cripple Nigeria.
These are the people with massive followers that people listen to. Do you understand what's going on?
Yeah.
The deception is at an all-time high.
It's red.
There needs to be the truth about Nigeria. There needs to be the truth about Nigeria, and
it can never come out. And I understand why it. We said we need to shoot more stories, and I understand people are going to go to jail.
Yes. Yep.
That's why the truth can't come.
Because these people just the reason why we are here, why the exchange rate is higher, why people are suffering, why you can't even afford to take foreign courses to develop yourself, like why things are really difficult. But people just basically sat down in the 1980s and the 1990s and just sold our future, bro.
Yeah. Basically,
they just sold it, man. They just squandered everything and just moved on. And 35 years later, that's
that's what they did. Yeah, facts.
Come together to celebrate a book of it. Sad, bro.
Yeah, we didn't hear half of what you said, but it's fine. We'll just.
I know. I understand.
All right, man, let's get into some music real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Burna Boy's new single. See, what's this? Like, why? See, Steve says he doesn't like Burna Boy, but he will always talk about Burna Boy.
That's the biggest thing that happened in Nigerian music in the last 1 week.
That's a
I don't
lie.
understand.
No.
That's a lie. Get out.
Oh, wow.
Bro,
The problem
I want you to mention.
The problem we're facing in this music segment.
Vibes did what?
Dropped an EP.
Ayo is supposed to be updating this. Why am I updating it?
That's what I wanted to say. The problem we're
Why
having
am I
is that
updating
Ayo
it?
has chosen not to do anything in music.
Yes.
I can't physically force him.
As from now, I will
Ayo,
update.
we gave you assignment. He said albums that are turning 10 or 11 or 20. Bam,
it's a
Chigede,
match
you never
now.
give us.
We
We
never
told
give-
you,
I never
we told you, give us one Afrobeat story like this, something about Afrobeat, a story. Give us something. Bam, Chigidi, give
Okay,
us.
did you read the last one I even dropped?
That's
So,
that's what now forced Steve to quickly do a quick scan and then saw that Burna Boy dropped a single called
Okay.
Update. And then he put it there as a talking point, topic
So
one.
put Burna Boys in your music.
My goodness gracious. Anyways,
moving on, please.
I want to give us an assignment. I saw a video of someone who put out top five best Afrobeat intros ever, right?
Yeah.
And it was not a bad list, because again, it's opinion based and whatever, right? And he gave it Pom 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 That Green, Kene Big Deal Netosi, Anoti MI, One Ticket, Kiss Daniel featuring the video, and Lagos Boys Olamide. That was his top five best Afrobeat intros ever.
I can come up with a better one.
Me too. I've listed my own. I only have 4 for now. So by next week, I want everybody to have 5 best Afrobeat intros ever. The 5. Is that fair?
Voila. That one did now.
Got you.
He did body.
Okay. All right. That's good. I also wanted to talk about the altered thing, but we gotta leave it next week. We've done 3 hours already. But I want to quickly give a shout out to our star, Odile, and Darko for winning their mobile awards. The mobile awards 2025 happened last week, and Nigerian singer Arasta picked up 2 awards in the overseas categories. She won an award for Best African Music Act. I believe she's the first female act to do so.
Yeah, in the history of the award.
Yeah, and Best International Act. Or was it Best International Act that she was the first female person to do so?
There was one that was the first, sir.
Yeah. But she won for Best International Act and Best African Music Act. Big IRA. Then Odile won for Best Newcomer, Best R&B Soul Act. Shout out to him as well. I need to get into his music. I haven't gotten to
R&B.
Yeah, I've seen the clips and all that. I need to get into his music. But shout out to Darko as well. She won 2 awards as well. She won for the Best Female Act, and then she won for Song of the Year for her record Favorite Girl featuring Des Dior. My man's won Album of the Year, Bashi. Being Poor is Expensive. I will never recommend music that isn't great. I always tell you guys.
I have a secret about Bashi.
What's the secret?
I hated his character in Top Boy. I wanted to kill him. See, I would have killed him in Top Boy.
Yeah, it was annoying in Top Boy.
It was fucking annoying in Top Boy.
It was in 24 Legacy too. Like they did a new 24.
Oh,
I had
okay.
the guy that played Dr. Dre in the 24.
okay.
They only did 1 season anyway, but he was in 24 as well, and he played an LA gangster. Yeah. Jules also won Best Producer. Shout out to Jules.
Deserved.
Yeah. Not the biggest Jules fan,
Why?
I respect him. I respect the music. It's not my type of music. I like drums and I like heavy stuff in my music. He's very chilled.
Yeah.
But the kind of chilled I like is Sparks kind of chilled, not Jules kind of chilled.
Sparks.
Yeah. But I respect him. Boom, boom, boom. Great producer, everything. Then Vibes Cartel won Mobile Impact Award. Please, I'm trying to understand. Is Vibes Cartel not a killer?
My brother.
This is the story.
My brother. Okay, tell us the story.
Osagie, no.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, please go ahead. Because I
Third
can't
world
understand
boss.
why.
Third world
Tell me,
boss,
talk to me.
Gaza himself was sent to jail for putting on a hit on certain individuals who were killed.
Yes.
It was alleged that the guns that were used to kill those people were from him. And he put out an order because he's the biggest thing in Jamaica. Like the prime minister has to beg him whenever he goes on bail. I have to beg him that there's no violence. So he was sent to prison all these years. But the decision, as we all know, was upturned recently, last year or so. Yeah. So in the court,
Why was he upturned?
I mean, I don't know the legalese behind it.
I'm going to
look into
but it was a UK because trial. I don't understand.
Apparently, they go to the UK to do trials in Jamaica, which is, I don't know, maybe it's colonialism or something. I don't know why. But he was released, which was basically saying he was declared innocent. So please use alleged. Because Jamaicans will pull up. Jamaicans worship third world boss. I hope you know.
Okay, I'll find what's going on. But this is
his concert in Jamaica. His concert in Jamaica brought at least 10 private jets to that country. Bro, it was a shutdown. So
I'll go and find out what's happening.
Okay. You want to fuck with Jamaicans? They're going to show you. All right.
I'm going to look into it myself. So that happened as well. Ooh. Don't let us forget this. This week in history.
Let's go.
Yep.
All right. This week in history. February 25, 1925, Shehu Shagari was born. I particularly don't care, but let's keep going. 54 years later, he became Nigeria's first democratically elected president, leading the country from 1979 to 1983, a founding member of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN. He led the transition from military to civilian role following General Olusegun Obasanjo's handover. His administration focused on economic development, launching large-scale housing, infrastructure, and industrial projects. However, declining oil prices and allegations of corruption weakened his government. In 1983, and if I remember correctly, it was on December 31st.
From a heartless man.
Yes, after winning the election, he was overthrown on December 1st, 1983, in a military coup and was replaced by Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Shehu Shagari was so useless as a president. His ministers were so corrupt. He would call them and tell them to stop, and they wouldn't. He would say he went and prayed for them. This is history, guys. It's all there.
Imagine you telling Obasanjo that. God.
It's all there. It's history, guys. It's not me. It's history. You can go and read it. Anyways, also this week in history, Nigeria becomes Britain's property. The Berlin Conference, which started on November 15, 1884, concluded on February 26, 1885, formalizing the European partition of Africa with representatives from the continent. Some people went and did overseas meeting.
That representative should be in quote. That representative should be in quotes.
On our behalf.
Yep.
You understand? The Berlin Conference, also known as the Scramble for Africa, established the principle of effective occupation, requiring colonial powers to demonstrate control over territories. Britain acquired Nigeria by leveraging treaties with local rulers and military force, aligning with the conference's rules. This allowed Britain to consolidate its claim, leading to the establishment of the Protectorate of Northern and Southern Nigeria by 1914. The country would not gain independence until 1960. Guys, if you haven't read of the Berlin Conference, brace yourselves. Try CHOP before you read them. I most certainly, you will most certainly be annoyed when you are done reading. And if you don't want to read it, I'm sure there are multiple videos on YouTube where you can, but just go to the Wikipedia page, reach that first, then you can go and watch the video so you can take it with context.
And the forces that we fight with as Africans, it's just...
See, 1884, where do you want to start, Steve?
We won't start.
This is when this thing happened, when some people gathered and said, this region, please, I need you to understand, in 1884, there were no satellites. There were no drones to say, this is what the region looks like. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. 1884. I understand what you're saying.
So
there's no photographical capture of a region.
It was taking them at least 6 months before they could travel from Europe to Africa.
The kind of mapping they were doing.
Yep.
1884.
To let you know how unsophisticated these mappings were, still remains and stuff like that. There's nothing. They just drum, Jerry. They just drum sharp and just moved on.
1884.
And that's why you have Yoruba people in Togo and you have Nigerians in Cameroon, because they did not divide the thing way.
You can't divide anything well. That's the point.
They can't divide anything well.
And they were dividing nations. So Yoruba is a nation, Igbo is a nation, Fulani is a nation.
They were cutting the things into regions. Yeah.
And they're putting them inside
one. And that's why those kingdoms were falling. They were fighting them and they were falling.
And that is why till today there's a level of distrust among tribes in Nigeria because we don't know you.
And also is a proven war tactic. You can it's hard to come and displace and defeat a united force. Do you get? But when they are divided,
you got to go the Trojan way.
And they don't have a common cause, it's easy to come and divide and dominate them and conquer them. Yeah, so yeah, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I just hate the fact that we're not smart enough to understand what was going on. Not when I mean we, I mean the people who were the Africans who were there in 1885 or whatever time it was. It's just
1885, man. They could not, if you pass that level, they could not just pass that level.
How was it in 1885? Like, what was happening? Like, what the fuck was happening, bro? Like,
you go to farm and come back home. There's nothing. There's nothing this
God.
Yeah.
Guys, you can't tell me that people from the future were not there in 1885 running this thing. I'm telling you.
Because it's such a well planned, especially for the colonial masters. It's just a well planned, it's just well planned, bro.
Yeah. Because you can't tell me people didn't come from the future.
I'm telling you.
And works with people of that time to run it. Think about it. You live in your own country, right? Then you start journeying. Then you start working with people that are journeying. Then you guys now have a conference and say, okay, this region, we're going to capture it and this is what we're going to do. How do you know? Okay, you know what? I'm going to watch it myself and read up and really try and understand and see if we can make sense on it.
Read that part of formation. I know formation really explains it, how that was done. It breaks down how each region was captured. Yeah.
Well, here you have it, guys.
Okay.
Farm mail next week.
Yeah, let's do that. Farm mail next week.
Everybody's tired. Steve, you want to do farm mail now?
We
have two Ask the Giants, but we'll probably do it next week.
Okay.
Let's do two fan mail or just one.
Okay, but let's do one fan mail, and I think this one is very important to do. I'll tell you. This is from Sweet Charlie. Sweet Charlie says, "Hello, Giants. Today I will not contribute to any existing discourse as I am in a solemn mood. I lost my mom on 13th of February 2021, 2 months after losing a dear friend of mine. 4 years after her demise, the pangs of death sting still runs through my body. I feel a void that cannot be filled. To everyone listening, hold your loved ones dear and cherish every moment you have with them. Sometimes I wish I did some things differently. To us who nurse the pains of losing our loved ones, may we find comfort and respite at the end, and may we find the strength to carry on. Thanks for reading. Till next time."
That was nice family.
That's not nice. That's sad family.
I mean, like an important family. That's what I mean.
Speak on it, because I've lost somebody. Yeah, I mean, I think the worst part about losing someone is when scenarios change or situations change, and then that person is not there to witness that scenario change with you. You understand? I think that's the saddest thing, because once you lose someone, there's a timestamp. Everything beyond that, the person can experience it with you. You know how we can experience our growth and we can talk, "Oh boy, I don't do this thing, how far this level, you can't do that with that person. It's shunted for life permanently. And so you can't feel the emotions or reactions from that person. And for me particularly, I think it was really sad because I think now, like I tell my wife, my dad would have been like on ChatGPT now. Do you understand? He probably had designed his own AI bot and all of that. And I would have probably gotten him the best, engineering gear for him to just destroy the whole thing, and all of that. But I couldn't do that because at the time, I was not financially
buoyant
enough to do it, So there's that, and I think that's what I miss most, because we used to, like I tell you, the first laptop I used in 1993, it was my dad that brought it home. This is before Windows 94.
Yes, no.
So it was still 486 we were using, MS-DOS.
Shodo was listening to this podcast one time, and when we were talking about how we met, Shodo was telling me that I followed him to your dad's funeral.
You are my dad's funeral now, aren't you?
That's what he was telling me. That's what he told me. I don't have that recollection, to be very honest.
Ayo was there, right? Ayo.
No, I wasn't there.
I was not there.
I wasn't there. Okay.
He argued and said I was there.
It's possible that you came because
yes,
Shode was there.
Shode was there. He said I was the one that brought his camera battery for him from the office.
So it's very possible.
I'm like, what?
That's wild.
I don't have a recollection.
That's wild.
He argued for it.
2013.
Yes, 2013. Yeah. So yeah, man.
And
the reason why I say you should speak on it because like anytime you speak on it, you talk about like your dad and stuff like that. I always call my dad immediately.
See, let me tell you,
that's what you make me to do every time.
You know the funny thing, I only lost his dad 2 years before, right? And when he lost his dad, I think that day when his dad died, I entered the office. I was trying to get approval for something, and so I heard that his dad died. So I'm like, I'm sorry, your father died and everything. And he looked at me and says, "Your dad's still alive?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Cherish every moment to your father." That's what he just told me. Try and cherish every moment with your dad. And so I tried as much as possible to do that. But there's so many things that happened since then. He didn't see my kids. Like so many things.
It's
so many contexts.
I thought about you one day when my dad made a comment. So 2022 December was the first time my dad, like all my siblings, for the first time, like since for like I would say 10.
Yeah.
Like all of us, like we are around at the same time. With our kids, everybody was at home.
That's a madness.
My dad, my father-in-law came. My younger sister was getting married, so my father-in-law came. That's my wife's parents came, and my dad was having a conversation with my wife's dad and mom in the sitting room, and I think in the dining room, in the kitchen, and I overheard him telling them that this is the happiest moment of his life.
It's gotta be.
Bro, that is stuck to my head. And immediately I heard that. I started like observing his countenance, like the way he moved, how he walked, how he was at that time, and I could see that it was really the happiest time of his life. He had all of us around, his grandkids, everybody was at the same way, like everybody was the same place. At the same time, celebrating Christmas, New Year, my younger sister getting married, it was fun. 2022. He said it and I saw it in his face. I saw it in the way he talked, in the way he walked. I'm like, oh, this is brilliant. I understand him now. Yeah. And I thought about every time you told me about, man, that my dad didn't see my kids, blah, blah, blah. And I just thought about him saying, oh, this is really, really, really something to be grateful for, to be very honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not to sound like a negative Nancy or anything, it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Because life, we would also get to a level where you start losing your friends, which is crazy.
Which has happened now. Do you get like it has happened? Okay, in terms of death. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? In terms of death, we get to like a certain age and they say, that guy don't die.
Oh, that's
and
scary,
like,
bro.
Do you understand what I'm saying? People that you've known for like 20, 30 years, then you start losing your own friends. I don't even want to think about that era.
Do you know what I did? You remember my friend I told you that drowned in Bayelsa State? You remember? I saw the younger sister on Instagram.
Yeah.
And I followed her. The only reason I followed her was just to keep up with the memory of my friend.
That's all.
So and she posts every time. So every time I see her, this Perry sister.
Because what happens with death is that it starts, every day goes by. It starts clawing those memories away.
Thank you.
And they're not going away from your head. They're just internalizing because there are more things.
There are more things
on top,
overlapping, taking over. Yeah. So anytime I see her, so this Perry sister. So I think about the moments I had with him, the conversation I had with him, like 2 days or so before the incident that took his life. So it's a really, it's a really sad and unfortunate.
It's a tough
one.
The
concept of just meeting people and also like saying maybe it's not even like as critical as death, and just maybe saying goodbye to them at a certain time in your life. Remember, like you're sick. At a time you had best friends in nursery school. After nursery school, you went to primary school. You never saw them again.
There's still a guy called Bayo.
Yes,
right?
that you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He went to Maryland Convent Private School. His name is Bayo. I think he was in 5 Blue or something. I still think
you still want to see him
now. This is 30 years plus, so I still think Bayo and it's just
stuck in your brain.
I can't let it go.
Yeah, it's
still there. Bayo. Man,
it's a very funny concept, man. Of just saying goodbye to people.
Doing now.
Yeah.
You know, where would he be?
And that's why I appreciate our group so much, because we are still in each other's lives. Like we still keep up, like we're still talking, we're still like it's a very interesting concept that keeps me sane.
Shout out to WhatsApp groups.
Yeah, so shout out to WhatsApp groups, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's a very interesting concept, and I really
because
love it. Even
whether we
even
like
my
it or
football,
not, guys, we spent more time together than even with our family for years.
For years, especially yes, exactly.
We're together for like 9 hours every day.
Yes, every day. Every day.
For at least 4 years, most of us.
At least 4 years, most years. At least 4 years. You know,
9 hours every day. They are your family members. Your family. You ate together.
Yep.
Do you understand? You play together. You work together. We'll go and play football. Do you understand? They're your family members.
I agree.
That's life. We attended each other's weddings.
Exactly.
Man.
You know, that just concept of just saying goodbye to people is just weird to me. You know, stuff like that.
And that's why nothing like political divide or religious divide has been able to tear us apart.
No, for where?
Do you understand? Because we rise above those things. No matter
what was the most memorable separation for you? My own was secondary school. Like at the end of after we wrote our last paper, there was this feeling among us that this is it. Like we were looking at each other like, bro, this is it. Because we're in a small town, we could see each other again, but we just understood what that moment was.
Yeah,
that was the most memorable for me, to be very honest.
I think secondary school, we kind of wrote our names down. We knew we were like in the same area. We still met each other a bit. There was that thing going on. It was primary school for me. The last day of primary school, we had to do the cultural dance and everything. And then at that very moment when we were done with the cultural dance, we just realized we then realized that we were never going to see each other again. Because the school was so big and we came from different places. We didn't live in the same place. The other guys, like half of the people in my school stayed in the area. We will find each other. One person can link to you were like 3 bus stops away. We could walk to your house. We had places where we used to go to after school on the weekend. You know, we could still pull each other together.
Yes.
You know, we're here. And so that was there. And then phones started to emerge. I left in like 2003. GSM came in 2001. So our parents had phones. You were giving them your parents' number. There was still emails had already started by 99.
Yeah, true.
So you know, we still had like email. You could still, so we could still hold each other together. There was already I believe at that time there was already High Five.
Cafes. Yeah.
High Five was coming. High Five came in like 2004. Then Facebook came. So immediately all of us just by 2005 we were all on Facebook together. We had not even created a group, we're all together.
Yeah.
But you see, primary school, that very day, we now looked at each other like everybody just burst into tears. Everybody just like crying. I'm not going to see you again. I remember one girl coming to give me a peck on the cheek that, funny enough, I now met her in uni and she was a total asshole, but that's a story for another day.
I think mine was in secondary school because we just looked at each other and like, bro, man.
That's it.
That's it, man. It's gone.
That's it.
And that was really that people, like 95% of them, I've not seen them since secondary school.
It's gone.
Wow.
See,
gone.
My daughter, periodically, since we moved where we are, we moved to another city. She periodically just remembers and cries. She just remembers and just starts crying. So I just said, "Did you hit your head somewhere?" No, I miss my friends in my.
And for her, I know why it's very, very critical.
It was the first
why
school.
it's like it's his first school, and also making that change also from Nigeria to this is the first. I also understand.
And those friends were nice. The region, they were.
You know what I did during the last days of my last days in secondary school, like during that whole WAEC period, I just brought a digital camera to school and I was taking pictures. I still have those pictures today.
Very underrated thing to do.
Very underrated thing to do. There's a girl who died during our WAEC period. She's in one of those photos.
Damn.
Yeah.
You captured that moment.
I captured that moment. So when we started doing, before you start writing WAEC, you have to come during the holidays to just start,
do some mock and all that.
Yes.
In Mufti.
In Mufti. I took pictures there. I have to go and look for them.
There's a guy called Chuka in our secondary school, like Facebook, like on Facebook, that posts like random photos. I don't know. Sometimes he maybe runs into them or something. We now post some. Like anytime he posts, you go and look at the pictures, looking for yourself. There's this disappointment that you're not there. And the day you find yourself in those pictures, it's like, you're happy. You save it immediately. Like I have a collection of them. Like he has given me, I think in the last 4 years, I've seen like 6 photos that's like had me. I was in, and it was a very really interesting moment. Like, oh, thank God, He posted one last week. I was in there, I was like, fuck. And he had like 2 of my guys. So I'm like, where was
Steve? Where was Steve?
So I asked in the comment. They said I went to buy food. The guy said I went to buy food that day that he remembers. I was like, what fucking food did I go to buy that I'm not in this photo?
That's why I'm looking forward to
life is interesting.
Advancement of technology, where the technology and the solution I'm looking forward to is or innovation rather, is the one where we will be able to unlock and access memories of everything we witnessed from childbirth. It's going to happen because everything is locked. Your brain has
locked.
like terabytes or gigabytes or whatever is more than terabytes of information loaded in there. And that's why you can use in therapy, you can use what they call that thing. When they knock you out of your conscious a bit, and that
my fear is that it's going to be insertive technology. That's just my fear.
It is going to be insertive technology.
That's my fear.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at Neuralink and all that. Yes.
Yeah, that's my fear.
It's going to be that. See, bro. You have AirPods in your ear. 1884, when at the Berlin conference, they would look at it and say, crazy.
They'll look at you as a witch.
No, they'll kill you, a witch, no. Or a wizard in this case. So it's fine. You put the stuff in your ear, your head. People have pacemakers in their hearts.
Yeah, it's true, sure.
Put the shit in your brain, unlock special memory. You have everything in files and folders. You can unlock.
Always count on Osagie to be on the side of AI, on the side of technology.
And then you can unlock. You can just go 1990, your birthday party. Unlock it. Imagine you watching your 5th birthday party, that one that you always try and remember that you love.
Yes.
Imagine you unlocking it and then just watching it on the screen or watching it in your mind or you can bring it on the screen or it can be a tab and then you watch it through your eyes.
What?
Would you pay for that? Would you subscribe to it?
Yeah, it's the next breakthrough, by the way.
I'll pay fucking €100 for that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Every month I'll pay for it to unlock it. The first time you met your wife, the first day.
Oh, more. Fuck.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The last day you saw your dad.
Man.
Yeah. The first day you got an ass whooping.
That one, he never left now. I can see. That brushed me, my brother.
That whooped my ass only 2 times. Some grand ass whooping twice only in my life. I can't forget both of them. Do you understand? So you want to unlock those memories. There are memories you want to unlock. Memory to AI. Unlock that shit. So man, I'm looking forward to it.
Let me see what's on that URL.
And here's another thing. Here's another thing that's going to happen in the future. I'm watching a series now. I just finished it, right? Bosch, 7 seasons. Really good investigative work. If you want to watch a show that is well-paced, the story is written well, and the conclusion of the story is very satisfying, go and watch Bosch. It's on Prime Video. Now, I was watching it, right? And I was just watching and saying, wow, there's some cold cases people solve. And with the advent of new technology, they can solve the old cases. So I was just thinking about it, that someone commits a crime in like maybe 1930 something, right? Or 1970 something, where there was no DNA, whatever. And then 30, 40 years later, with the advent of new technology, they solve that crime.
Yeah. And that's an 80-year-old man.
Yes. Now I'm thinking people are committing crimes now they know they can get away with because there's no technology that can solve it. But what's going to happen in the next 40 years?
If I don't, they go bring them now.
Is that
it happened with fingerprints. When fingerprint technology came, they went back to start investigating.
Same thing with DNA.
Same thing with DNA too. It's true.
There's some technology that is going to happen. That the crimes that they are committing now, they are going to catch
especially online. Yes, it's true.
So don't commit crime.
Don't commit crime because
that's moral lesson. Moral lesson.
That's the moral lesson. That's what I was just thinking of. Which kind of crimes are you committing? I can get away with it.
Yeah, I can get away with it. Yeah.
So now you're stealing meat from the pot. But they will be able to access because you want to access something. The terms of service is that they also can access anything, and anything crime related, they can catch you.
Police can open your mind and say, okay, let's go.
That's true. Yes, that's true.
When they say they will open the book of good and evil, what do you think it was? Do you think it's an actual book? It's a database.
No, database, yeah.
See, guys, the Bible is an interesting book to read if you just put it in context of high-level technology. It's an interesting book to read. When they say Elijah rode in a chariot of fire into the sky, man jumped into a rocket.
Or something.
It jumped into one of those Tesla, rocket ships that Elon Musk is building. But the guy writing it did not have the vocabulary to say rocket. So he said what? A chariot of fire into the sky. Can a chariot of fire go into the sky? Won't the horses fall down? Or
that's why it's miraculous now. That's why it's miraculous.
It's not miraculous. It is technology.
Osagie keeps insisting that this rapture take place. They will have a scientific explanation for
Of course, because by that time, teleportation would have been happening. So what would happen is system down failure. Do you understand?
All I know is that
rapture will happen and it will just be accident, but it will not be like, people. It will be like there was a system down failure. People usually teleport during that period from one place to the other. So transportation will go from I'm entering the tram or train to I enter the cubicle and then it takes me to this place and I pay my money because it will be commercialized.
Teleportation is never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Bro, people, if I had told you in 1884 at the Berlin conference that there will be we chilling outside because they won't let us inside the Berlin conference. They won't let us inside. We're outside.
We'll be giving interviews outside like Peter Obi did in Babangida's.
Wait, they didn't let Peter Obi inside the building.
We didn't see him inside. There's no photo of Peter Obi inside that. There's no photo.
Oh my God!
Or Peter Obi inside that venue.
I've
experienced something like this. When Duke Agbagbe buried his dad in Wiki in Agbo, right? Commissioners couldn't enter the venue.
They no send their papa.
Obasanjo came. Obasanjo was president at that time. Obasanjo came. I think IBB was there, so I can't remember. But like a lot of high level people,
guys.
Governors were running errands at the events. That's how mad it was. Yes, I saw it. Governors were running errands. Like in short, Peter Obi no enter that that event. I'm not gonna lie, you know enter. If you enter, we don't see him.
There's
even
no
the
picture
pictures he posted. There's nothing. The interview he posted, the picture he shared when he was tweeting was.
There's no picture of him and
IBB. Him outside. No.
Then he didn't enter.
If you don't say IBB, no enter with that.
Wow, there's no video footage of Peter Obi.
There's no video. I've not seen any.
What's the name of his social media and like in Yamaka?
I don't know. It's Ephraim. Ephraim always calls the person's name anytime.
Because she will be there. I know she'll be there to take that picture. I know she'll be there. Let's get off this podcast.
Let's get off this podcast.
We're gonna say something, guys. We'll read all the fan mails and all the Ask Giants next week. We promise.
That's what we said last week anyway, but it's fine.
Last week was the fan mail episode now, wasn't it?
We said we're going to continue. We're going to round up the upper week.
Since the
verse.
The first time they lie to Nigerians.
No verse. And we said as Babangida they postpone election that time. We said they postpone. Postpone. All right, man. Guys, have a nice one. Have a fantastic week ahead. Bless. We should leave them with some music, right?
Yeah,
I know.
With music. Oh yeah, you guys give me a suggestion.
We're not doing this again. You're also again. Just pick this one.
No, give me a suggestion.
I mean, one set up.
Yeah, no.
Set up.
Play any song.
Like this. Give me a suggestion now.
Play any song.
What do you need? Play any song.
Play the Kendrick and Caesar record. Not Luther, the other one.
I'm not playing record that they will now start sending me message that.
Okay. So it's only Afrobeats. They don't send you for Afrobeats.
They don't send me for Bonaparte.
No, they play time song for this podcast with that.
Oh, they don't send me for Rema. All those ones I used to. No problem, guys. I know the perfect music I will send.
They will send you.
No, they won't.
But it only happens on Spotify, right?
And it's only Spotify. Don't worry, I'll leave you with Mode 9. We started with Mode 9. I'll leave you guys with Mode 9.
This guy.
It's allowed. It's allowed.
It's allowed.
You think he just made the decision? You know, now we in one place.
I did. No, I did. I swear down. I randomly just looked and I just saw a Mode 9 record.
All right.
And it's a good record. You guys are gonna love it.
I got another concept. Contradiction. I'm smooth, but I handles my friction. Perfect diction, I slur words to murder critics. Call me the nicest with the wicked lyrics. I drop a paradox when I want with ease. Listen up as I throw down at my release. The rapper with the most skills achieves the least. Ribs are touching. Right after an MC feast, lyrical beats rise like yeast on the low. Bring the crowd to life by killing them with a flow. The paradox is part of us from the get-go. I swore not to take an oath, always keep it real. But most times I'm dropping fiction to prove skill. Example, the mode rap well, but I'm ill. I chill cause I'm too hot, plus I get around. Leave all my fans with inverted frowns. Your style is duller than a poker face clown. When my album drops, heads get up and bow down. Hip-hop is bad off, I see nothing good on. Diss me and fall off before you get put on.
Contradiction, somewhere between reality and what you say. There's the fiction, Mode after like a noun, reverse sticking on your block now. New edition. Contradiction, somewhere between reality and what you say. There's the fiction,